Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. This is Radio Generation 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And my name is Mungalambuvi. Now, you will hear another voice in a short while once I ask him good morning. Usishangae nimeleta grandpapa mgani kwenye studio. Hapana. Nimeleta my good friend and colleague, none other than Siti Muga. Siti Muga, a very good morning to you. Yes, sir.
How are you today?
I'm well.
Lala vizuri kweli.
Bro, ni lala poa.
Kweli.
But for some strange, I slept late actually. To be honest, I did sleep late. I was watching a couple of matches, UEFA Champions League. You're not a fan of football, but I
told you I just don't watch it with regularity.
Yes.
But if a game, I'm in some place there's a game going on, I will watch it. I will ask.
Yes. So I watched the Olympiacos versus Paphos game. It was a total disappointment.
To whom?
To me. And I'm sure a lot of fans all over the world.
Who are you supporting?
I was Olympiacos.
That's a Greek team.
It's a Greek team. I was really, and they were playing against their cousins from Cyprus, Paphos. Paphos is in Cyprus, and for 90 minutes, these are two great teams. I was expecting to see goal after goal, but Olympiacos is a bigger team. I was expecting to see goal after goal after goal after. I was disappointed. Then I watched the Bayern and Chelsea game because my significant other is a Chelsea fan. And that one, I was supporting Chelsea. Not because I love Chelsea, but because I had to support her. You
were supporting Chelsea as a matter of support.
Exactly. And it was another disappointment. And I had to apologize for something I didn't do. I had to tell babe sorry for the entire 90 minutes of the game.
What happened?
Because first of all, the first goal was an own goal by Chelsea. Then the second one was a penalty by Harry Kane. And then now the last one, hiyo sasa hata ndio nilimhurumia tu zaidi. Ilibidi nimesema pole. Na si mimi niko kwa pitch, mimi niko kwa Afrika Kenya, but ilibidi niseme pole kwa niaba.
Harry Kane
anachezea Bayern Munich. Alitandika watu penalty. Some believe that penalty wasn't really deserved.
Wasn't really a penalty.
But at the end of the day, tunasemanga kwa mchezo ukishinda umeshinda, ama ukishindwa umeshindwa, irregardless.
Yani kubali umeshindwa.
Kubali umeshindwa. In whichever way that win or loss came, kubali tu yaishe. Yeah, so I slept late because of watching those games, and I really feel wasted. Yeah, so if you see me dozing off today, bear with me.
Why should I bear with you? If you want to sleep, go ahead and sleep.
Yeah, but that's that. What time did you sleep last night?
I'm not sure. Around 11.
Around 11?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think I slept at around 1. And not necessarily because of the game, because after that we did a post-match analysis. And at one point I was like, babe, okay, now we really need to sleep. Because if we do not sleep, chances are tomorrow morning I'll not be able to wake up and get to work. So I literally slept this morning. Yeah.
So which championship competition was that?
The UEFA Champions League.
Okay.
Yeah. It is the largest league in Europe. Yeah. So I'll introduce you to football actually, and tutakuwa tunapigana simu unaniambia wewe umechekivenya nani amecheza hiyo game.
Bro, that won't happen.
It won't.
No.
Imagine I'll try.
The excitement.
I will make it my mission.
Please, why don't you find something more meaningful?
And I will assign you a team to support in the EPL, that is the English Premier League. I will assign a team to you, ngojuone. And I'll make sure actually you have a team in every league. Bundesliga ndakutafutia team, Serie A ndakutafutia league, La Liga ndakutafutia team, EPL ndakutafutia team, Eredivisie huko hivyo Netherlands ndakutafutia team.
Do you have sons?
No, I don't. Daughters.
Then you're fortunate. Rather, those absent sons are fortunate.
Why?
You strike me as a sort of man who, instead of getting old, you start looking for wives for your sons.
Actually, that's why I'm holding this football here today. I just wanted to, be in sync with what is happening as far as sports concerned.
For a moment, I thought this was to remind us of the football game.
Oh yeah,
Mogadishu City.
City Club. Right. And Kenya Police.
Kenya Police Force Football Club.
Right.
No service, bwana.
Jamaa wanapatana on Sato saa 10.
That is going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. And we're going to be there. Actually, I'm going to assign you a team also in the Kenya Premier League.
There's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Who had this joke. He told me, have you ever understood why people in the military and the police make very good athletes? I said, how would I know? Training. I mean, no. While the crowd is cheering, you'll find some nondescript gentleman walking around the pitch.
Yeah.
Then as they take a corner, see him lifting his hand. So they give that guy instructions. Where? Shika huyo.
So that's how they do it in the pitch.
Where?
Kamata yeye. Kwanza, our Kenyan police, back in the day, majority of them were Kalis.
How do you know?
Back I said back in the day. Right now I don't know.
I thought the majority came from your neck of the woods.
I wouldn't know.
Then say there were those who came from a certain region.
All right. No, but those
without making them the majority, because you do not know the fact. Just say there were people who came from this region who were in the police service. Then endelea story.
The point here is they acquired that Kale accent from back in the day. So unapatanga hata mkamba mtua anakwambia kichana kucha hapa. I don't know why they speak that language, but yeah, they do.
It is the language of that particular service.
Exactly.
Yes.
Kucha hapa lala chini wapi kitambulisho yako? Hebu twende hivi, ruka kama panya, and you really don't get to understand. But anyway, so I am assuming that's how they are in the pitch also. Hebu kimbisha nani? Kamata yeye, angusha. Nani? Lipua yeye. I can't wait to see how they'll play with Mogadishu City City Club. Na nikikumbuka pia our brothers from Somalia, their accent bahali yake sijui itakuwaje wakibatana pale ndani. So kuna moja shika kamata yeye na mwingine ako olalaye. Itakuwa noma. I can't wait to see how that game is going to play out. So big shout out to Kenya Police Football Club. Wish you all the best. Yep.
Right.
Let's see what day we are celebrating today. So it's International Equal Pay Day, 18th September, which is basically the UN insisting that we need to have equal pay for workers across board. So International Equal Pay Day, celebrated on 18th September, represents the long-standing efforts towards the achievement of equal pay for work of equal value. Yeah, so if you're an actor and an actress, you get equal pay. If you're a banker and you're male or female, you should be paid the same amount for the same position. I wouldn't know how that works, but I know, especially in our industry, which is the media industry, people are paid according to their talent, what they bring in terms of revenue. So it's more of a return on investment kind of investment in different individuals. So if you're bringing numbers to your place of work, of course, you're not going to be paid the same as someone else who's bringing perhaps far less numbers. So I hope that people are remunerated according to their talent. So that is International Equal Pay Day. That is according to the United Nations. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So unajaribu kuongea Kiingereza hapo.
Yeah, I mean I speak Kiingereza all the time.
So
right. So what methali or proverb do you have for us this particular morning, 18th of September 2025?
Iko hivi
iko aje?
Mwenye pupa hadiriki kuchuna.
Mwenye pupa afanye nini tena?
Hadiriki. Okay? Kuchuna.
Naam.
Asiye na haraka. Huchuna mapole.
Asiye na haraka huchuna mapole.
Yes.
Okay. Kazi mzuri kwao.
Yes, ndio bwana.
Hiyo ina maana gani? Labda utufafanulie tu kidogo tu.
Bwana, tunazungumzia haraka.
Naam.
Na kile ambacho utakosa Ukiwa wewe ni mtu wa haraka nyingi.
Ni kama wale wanasemanga haraka haraka haina baraka.
Yes.
Yes. Mwenda tezi na omo marejeo ni ngamani.
Yes.
Ama hiyo tofauti ni tofauti.
Hata sikuelewa umesema nini but hizo.
Haraka haraka haina baraka.
Yasemekana kwamba wale ambao walitangulia wenzao kuja hizi nchi zetu kutoka ngambo na wale ambao lugha yao ilikuwa ni Kiingereza walisikia msemo huo
kabisa,
wao wakatafsiri kwa lugha yao.
Naam,
haraka haraka ina baraka.
Ni kweli.
Hack the hyena's back.
Hivyo ndivyo walisema wale wazungu.
Hack is lakini haina ucheka.
Naam,
doesn't bark. Mbwa mwitu. Unajua methali ina mambo, sio?
Ni kweli?
Yes. So that is the point.
Asante sana kwa hiyo methali.
Karibu.
Na natumai pia wasikilizaji pale wamesikiza na wameelewa. Haya, sawa. Tuingie katika mtandao, tovuti yetu ya Radio Generation Kenya.
Sawa kabisa.
Tuingie pale basi. rgk.co.ke is where you'll find us. You'll get to see us live, and you'll get to understand why we make the noises we make here in studio, because we enjoy doing what we enjoy doing. So if you want to interact with us, you can also find us on our X account, that is Radio Gen KE. That's also our Twitter account. You can also find us on Facebook. Radio Generation Kenya, that's our Facebook page, and also the name of our YouTube channel, that is Radio Generation Kenya. rgk.co.ke is where we start off our conversation. A big shout out to Kenyan runner Diana Chepkorir, provisionally suspended for doping violation. Not a big shout out for her winning anything. Let me just read it again. Kenyan runner Diana Chepkorir, provisionally suspended for doping violation.
Doping msielewi.
Wacha tuisome kidogo ndio tuelewe. So Kenyan long distance runner Diana Chepkorir has been provisionally suspended after being flagged for a doping violation, the Athletics Integrity Unit announced yesterday. In its statement, the AIU said Chepkorir was suspended through her athlete biological passport, citing use of a prohibited substance or method. Now, the AIU has provisionally suspended Diana Chepkorir for use of a prohibited substance stroke method, Article 2.2 APB case, the watchdog said. Now, the suspension takes effect immediately and will remain in place until a final decision is reached after a hearing under the World Athletics Anti-Doping Rules or the Integrity Code of Conduct. Now, the AIU explained that such a suspension is a precautionary step. Chepkorir, managed by Volare Sports, has run 4 races this year, with her last appearance at the Boulder 10-kilometer in the United States on May 26th. She began her athletics journey in the steeplechase in 2016. Now, these folks, these athletes that we have in Kenya, so wanajua what is allowed and what isn't allowed. What has been, banned in terms of use,
you see,
and what is acceptable.
Yes. A lot of the blame often goes to their trainers. They say you've been given certain products that's supposed to enhance your performance, and when they say it is banned, whatever it is that is given or is taken,
yes,
there are substances which, because of what they do to your body, they fly against the rules regarding fair competition. It is suggested that it gives you an unfair advantage. Okay.
Yep.
Now, these things are always debatable, because when I hear doping the first time before I understood what they're talking about,
yeah. Or you thought it was probably cocaine or some methamphetamine.
But it isn't that. Sometimes somebody may be on a diet which has substances that unfortunately contain some of these things that have been banned.
But now, what would that be? What is it called?
They normally tell you what it is that has been banned, and they also tell you what they found.
Tunakula ugali, mtura, omena, chapati, tunakula matumbo, tunakula githeri.
Everything that you've mentioned here is alien to some of these trainers, because they come with the idea of what it is they think, the science.
So when you get some Alison McAllister, he tells you to have some pizza or some lasagna.
Pana hawa tumazee utashtuka kuna mashakes fulani kale
okay,
wewe umeambiwa hii inafanya ABC
like a protein shake.
The whole idea is that this is supposed to make your body fit, lean. It makes your oxygen absorption
right.
Your blood has the capacity that is required to retain the oxygen that you need for running and vitu mingi. Okay? Now, the process of understanding these things, and the reason why there are challenges, sometimes you're saying, this is what this person has done, and they tell you, no, I have no idea. And I tend to believe our athletes. Because their trainers and those who sponsor them earn a living from these athletes.
Yes, they do.
Okay?
Yes.
So it is in their interest to make sure this person performs well. Now, it's in the process of ensuring they perform well that these problems arise. Because I suspect there are people who are also given these performance enhancing substances, but they may have trainers who are smarter and they know how to beat the game, or how to game the game, if I may say so. Yes.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, anyway, we need to be more careful, because now we'll start messing our reputation. Because a few weeks ago, actually to be precise, 3 weeks ago, sorry, Kenyan runner Charles Kipkuri was banned for 5 years for doping. Yeah, that's a story you can also find on rgk.co.ke. And then another one, Ruth Chepngetich, Kenya's marathon icon, suspended for doping violation again. Yeah, and we can go far back again, you know, previous months and even previous years, Kenyans who've been suspended or banned for X amount of time for the same violation. And I'm sure they know for a fact there are some things you can't do. There are some things you shouldn't use. Yeah. So who's also supervising this who's supervising these trainers that we're getting?
You may know.
Yeah.
But sometimes what you ingest, you may not be aware of all the ingredients inside it.
That's what I'm saying. You need to know. CT as my trainer, if you tell me, Mbuvi, take this and this, it will enhance your performance. It's okay, fine, you're my trainer. I'm sure you know what you're doing. But we need someone else to also counter check and let me know that, hey, apana. And perhaps there are even some other products that they are allowed by the whatever doping agency, anti-doping agency, and probably to only certain amounts, like certain doses. It's like a medicine. You can only take 2 pills, for example.
Become prescription.
Exactly. So usienda pia badala ya kutumia 2 utumie 7, because it will show in your blood work and your urine work, because these guys submit those samples.
The more of that particular substance you take, the more whatever it is that is contained within it, the more it will reflect in your system.
Kwanza unajua vitu kama Olympics ama hii marathon iko Tokyo, unamalizanga tu kukimbia hivi, mnaenda pale kando unapeana sample. You give your urine, you give your blood.
The thing is, with every incident where we get to learn of what has happened, we understand this doping matter more and more and more.
All right, thanks Tanya for that story. You can find it on our website. Again, it's rgk.co.ke. You'll also get to see us live there, Aya, kuna hii story ya IBC. Wacha tuisome.
Let me just mention to you some of the things that are looked into.
All right. Okay, this is now as far as doping.
The doping, yes. Okay. There's a World Anti-Doping Agency. Imeandikwa WADA. Sio jina mtu hiyo.
Naam.
Ni jina hiyo something.
Na watambua WADA.
Bas. The violation they speak about a positive drug test. Yani, they've tested you positive.
Right.
Possession of banned substances. Umeambiwa this one usishikwe na hii. Na wewe umepatikana nayo. Tampering with samples. Okay? Wewe umejua whatever it is you've drunk, hiyo mkojo, mnaombe nani? Si nikojelei something nipeleke kule. Wewe wajua, okay?
Na kuna wengi wanafanya hivyo.
And then evading tests.
Kuepa test.
Unalenga because unajua, which means you know what you've done.
Because there's a certain amount of time you need to give a sample before it expires in your body.
Yes. So all these things form the basis of this. Now, the entire understanding is that the competition will fall into disrepute if you allow people to take all these performance enhancing drugs and vitu kama hizo, as opposed to them winning on their own merit, which is based on just training, okay, and endurance, because that's what it is. And the advantage that has been claimed for the longest time in our system is the environment in which some people grow.
Yes.
how are you going to compete with somebody who from a very young age used to run to school?
Yeah.
Or they live in a place where it is hilly. By the time that person is 10 years old, they've developed muscles and the tissues have a relationship with oxygen and everything else that you require.
Oh, yeah.
That somebody who doesn't live there cannot possibly have. Yes.
Yeah. It's called adaptation.
That actually is the word.
Nature versus nurture.
Yes, exactly. So you train. This person has been training for a much, much longer period.
Yeah.
If you look at
especially the ones who start their athletic career from high school.
They do. I was reading a little excerpt about this former Olympic swimmer, the most medal swimmer, Phelps. That fellow, according to what I was reading, used to train every day. When I say every day, Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, like that for just training every
365 days in a year.
Yes. So when you see the guy winning, just say, bro, eyo ni yako.
Give him his flowers.
My friend, the fellow worked hard to get whatever it is that he got.
True story.
Yes. So our athletes work hard, they realize that you're working hard. Then when you now put in the training for purposes of competition, this fellow was already ahead of the curve. It's just that you didn't realize it.
Yeah. Good stuff. For those who've probably heard doping for the first time today, doping is the act of consuming artificial and often illegal substances to gain an advantage over others in sporting competitions. For instance, or for example, anabolic steroids, human growth hormones, stimulants, and diuretics. You can check that out. Doping in sport. What that means.
It first hit the headlines when some synthetic steroids were brought into being, and the people who bore the brunt of the blame for this was Eastern Europe. When there was an Eastern Europe, the athletes, there was always a complaint that some of the athletes who were female had more manly features than some men. And the complaint went on. So with time it just advances. And remember, the people who produce these things also seek to beat the tests, so that always trying to be ahead of the curve, but all in the name of winning. Let's get on to our news, shall we?
Yes, indeed. So IBC warns of about 258 million gap as 8 by-elections face uncertainty. Allah. So the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has sounded the alarm over 258 million funding gap that could stall 8 by-elections set for November 27th, 2025, out of 24 pending polls across the country. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday, IEBC chairperson Erastus Ithikon said the commission requires about 1.046 billion to conduct all the by-elections, but has so far received only 888 million from the National Treasury. He explained that while 16 by-elections have already been funded at a cost of 788 million, 8 remain without funding, leaving a shortfall of 258 million. So what are we saying? What are we saying, bwana? Kwani tuko tunajua tunahitaji kufanya elections?
Some of these stories, they're not just tiresome or exhausting, they're sickening. Because you wonder, what on earth are you talking about?
Right.
I mean, in all honesty, what are you talking about? What's all that you're being told?
That we need 258 million for 8 by-elections, and if you do not get it, hazitafanyika vizuri.
No, there are things I don't really understand. Why are these elections so expensive? Or must they be this expensive?
To be honest, I wouldn't understand why they are that expensive, because 1.046 billion for 16 by-elections.
No, what
24 by-elections.
It's all right, my friend, even if you're 36. I think there's need to bring in somebody who understands the electoral processes so they can explain it. Because from my layman's perspective, it's ridiculous. Just like I find it ridiculous that every 5 years, someone's telling us we need to buy a new system. I'm wondering, what sort of systems do we buy? We have office furniture that sits in offices for over 10, 15 years. They're there.
Tulikuwa hapa hivi na former IBC CEO James Oswago.
Yes.
Na alituambia that every election we use new systems.
Why?
Because the last one becomes obsolete immediately after.
That is some really high octane nonsense. Okay? Any system, any technology that we have ought to have a component for an upgrade. So you cannot now come and tell us that when it comes to voting, that the only systems available are the ones which you need to be replaced every 5 years.
Let me use my Ushago brain to understand why perhaps that is necessary. Because if we use the system that was used in the last election, how sure are we it won't copy or import data from the last election? So, for example, I come from Kitui Central. So, how certain are we that they won't someone who would want to meddle with the elections? How sure are we they wouldn't manipulate that system to just carry the numbers from the last election and then impose them on this current election?
The problem is not the system. The numbers are encased in a server.
Yes.
Server.
Okay. Yes.
Server is part of that system. All right. It's a storage facility. All right. What I don't understand is how it is that you are trying to explain to us how a new system will prevent whatever you've just stated. But why don't I take this view and say, first of all, how do we know that wherever it is you've procured this system from, what makes them, what stops you or what stops them from inputting the very thing you're saying in that new system?
Because also we get new Kim's kits.
My friend, the moment it is technology and it is new, it means we will not know much about it.
So we are getting, in case you didn't know, if you think this is a huge amount of money, 1.046 billion for 24 by-elections. Now imagine an entire general election with 47 counties and God knows how many polling stations.
No. I am asking the question now. And we're going to continue asking the question.
Yes.
Why must our elections be so expensive? Why? Why?
Nani alikuja hapa again, that time we were with Mr. Oswago. We also brought up the issue of blockchain technology in voting, and it is already being used in many other countries where you can actually even vote from your phone. Yes, you can vote from your phone. Voting literally will take maximum 2 to 3 hours. You just tell people the window for voting, let's say on 8th of August 2027, you can vote between 12 noon and say even 3 p.m.
So you're saying we should vote through e-citizen?
Something similar to that, yes. Actually, yes. Whereby every voter has an account. You've registered, you have an account. On the day of voting, the same way you do transactions on your mobile money is the same way you vote. So between 12 and 3, wejipange ile wakati utaweza kuwekelea kura yako. Uwekele at 3, voting is closed. It's count, and because of that blockchain technology,
it tallies as it moves along.
Exactly. So in a few minutes after voting has been closed, we already know by end of day, basically by close of business, we know City is our president, Mbuvi is our DP, we know our woman rep and everyone else in that thing, and we move on with our lives. Instead of we take how long to count? A week plus. We usually know governors and MPs on the same day, but for some strange reason we get to know about our president 5-6 days later.
Even if you didn't want to impute nefarious intent, you have no choice. We already, even the presidential vote is tallied at the voting.
Yes,
it's tallied already. So
from the polling station we
already know how many votes you've gotten. So why is it then that tallying from the whole country suddenly now has to take a week?
Yeah.
I mean, do they load those results on a donkey and it's just walking from wherever it's coming from to come to Nairobi?
I don't know.
The problem is having a tallying center, national tallying center. Our constitution does not state that we need a national tallying center.
Yeah.
We know where the voting is finalized, and we just refuse to actualize it. Yes, that's it.
I'm waiting to see how the voting and counting and tallying and all that is going to happen come 2027.
There is nothing complicated about an electoral system. Our electoral system is complicated. It is made complicated. It is not complicated. Voting.
Yeah.
Every voting day, I have found it to be one of the most pleasant days. And the sun tends to shine on that day. And you're chatting and you talk about your candidate. It is a really pleasant day. That day ends, then our problems begin when we now start waiting for the presidential tally.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
So when someone tells you the elections are a problem, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. It is the tallying of the presidential vote that creates a problem.
It is the people, actually, because even the system is fine.
Nothing wrong with the system. The system they keep replacing.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it.
Iko tu sawa. Si ni wenye tu zangi wenye wako involved na hiyo election, and of course the vested interests that various leaders have. Hapo ndipo shida huwa.
And then they'll bring you a name like Kamago. Of all the names that you could think of, they have to find a guy called Kamago.
Yeah.
And then Kamago, then who know the whole countries. You know, let's look at something else. Depressing discussion in the morning.
Actually, let's check out what's happening as far as the roads of Nairobi are concerned.
This is Radio Generation.
Brace yourself. Nairobi, Mogadishu City versus Kenya Police FC, September 20th at Nyayo Stadium. The CAF Champions League qualifier. Want free tickets? Listen, play and win on Radio Generation 88.8. Get your tickets at langopass.com.
Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. Traffic.
All right. So this is what is happening, eh? I'm looking at a very beautiful map of Nairobi, Kenya, and to be specific, I'm on Ngong Road right now. Looking good. No complaints, absolutely zero traffic, apart from a few incidences around roundabouts and intersections. For instance, hii barabara inaenda Kindaruma Road na ingine inatoka Ring Road. Hapo ndipo shida iko kidogo tu, but it's moving nonetheless. That's because of the traffic lights, but everything after that is A-okay. Looking at that roundabout at Valley Road and Raila Odinga Way, looking good also. The entirety of Ngong Road looking good at this particular hour. So kama unaenda kazini usijaribu kudanganya boss umechelewa because that there was traffic, because there isn't. Looking at Mombasa Road as well, nothing to complain about. Going all the way, stretching all the way to Kinoo. I'm looking at the Wayaki Way heading into the CBD. Also nothing to complain at this particular hour. But the usual suspect is Pale Pangani. Muthaiga Square, that traffic is bad. I won't even lie about it. The different shades of red that are there, from maroon to bright red, I'm really sorry guys. You are definitely at that particular point, you're definitely not moving. So if you can find an alternative route, actually not even an alternative route, just an alternative time for waking up and getting to work, because at 6:32 why are you stuck in traffic? Outer Ring Road also, hiya, a road I never thought I would see traffic. So Outer Ring Road, if you're heading towards Allsops, that means you're coming from huko sehemu za Kariobangi, mko na traffic mingi tena sana. Hii stretch inaitwa nini sasa? Unaona kutoka pale Kamunde Road, yeah? If you're heading towards Allsops, yeah, it's really looking bad. Huruma Road as well, as you're trying to join Outer Ring Road, that place is just stacked up right now. I'm really sorry for that. I do not know what time you'll get to work, but I can promise you it's gonna take a while. That roundabout for Kariobangi roundabout, as you're joining Outer Ring Road, also that one looking really bad at this particular hour. As you're trying to join Juja Road, ndio muende sehemu ya Eastleigh, bahari yake nyinyi atabia tena na traffic at this particular hour. Alafu wapi kwingine? Yeah, everything else looks good. Anything changes, I'll definitely let you know.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's check out the newspapers. Daily Nation pale mbele wanasema hivi: Queens of the track, very beautiful ladies here. We have Perez Jepchirchir, 2020 Olympic winner, added the Marathon World Championship title after beating Ethiopia's Tigst Assefa. Faith Kipyegon stormed to a historic fourth world 1500-meter title after bagging her third consecutive Olympic win last year. And then we have Beatrice Chebet blazed to victory in the 1000-meter race. The two-time Olympic champion is chasing 5000 meters gold. And then we do have Faith Cherotich, Olympic bronze medalist, upstaged the world to win the 3000-meter steeplechase in a record time. I'm looking at these ladies and they don't look like they have fat anywhere on their bodies.
Even if you look for it very hard, you won't find it.
I think because sometimes when you go and get your blood checked for blood sugar and all that, the lipid profile, and you will get enough profiles. For me also, kwanza yangu it will just go off the charts. This ones I think wanaekelea damu hivi, nothing is detected. Hata daktari anamwambia ai Chepiegon hakuna kitu au ulangi mafuta bwana. I wonder how their diet looks like. Probably a high carbohydrate diet, high protein diet, and perhaps zero to no fat at all, or low to zero fat at all.
Have you ever had an opportunity to see how these athletes train?
No, I haven't. Apart from a few documentaries here and there, but I feel like those documentaries don't do justice to their training.
There was a time I did some work in the Nandi area for a period of around 3 years.
Yes.
Kapsabet. My friend, early in the morning, when you see some of the steep inclines that people are climbing, it's not this, it's this. And they're sprinting up that hill.
Right.
Lunchtime, you see them running. Evening, you see them running. I said, my goodness, no wonder these athletes are this good. You just see them, a bunch of them doing the same training.
Yes.
And they're always younger people following in their footsteps. That factory does not stop producing. And they realize you simply need to up your game. There's a guy called, he's now Lord Sebastian Coe. He was once an Olympic 1500 meter runner. And he said this, he said, the thing with these Kenyans, you think you've profiled and understood their best runners. Then you get to a competition, there's some unknown who doesn't follow any rules.
Yeah.
Just when you think you figured it out, this fellow comes from nowhere and goes and wins the race.
Yeah.
The number of people who've understood that this is a career. Limited window, but it's a career. Now, once you understand, I was looking at a clip that had Faith Kipyegon talking about and saying, when she won, I'm trying to remember which record she broke.
Yep.
The village she comes from, that village, electricity came. Gava said, no, let everybody here benefit from this electricity.
Right.
Now, you see, I like the idea of rewarding people who bring glory to a country in such a manner that other people also benefit. So I have to ask the question, the footballers were adequately rewarded.
Yes.
They were even offered houses. These ones, gold here, you're not playing against Africans, you're running against the whole world. It is a much bigger feat.
It is actually.
But according to what I've read today, all those with medals, when they come back home, this thing of economy class where you're not quite sure where your knee begins and where it ends, done, you're coming business class.
So it says world beaters at the very top here. Brilliant Kenyan girls conquer the track in Tokyo to place the country second on the medals table with 4 gold, 1 silver and 2 bronze at the ongoing World Athletics Championships. The Kenyan stars are promising more podium finishes to keep the national flag flying high. This is what I like seeing as far as our sports is concerned. Wacha tucheze mali tunajua. Yeah, tuko fiti athletes. Athletics, iko fiti. Swimming, there's a time we were really good in swimming, and then I don't know which
I am of
demon.
the view that we are good at everything. It's just the attention that should be given to it. These are individual efforts.
Yeah.
Team sports will falter, and if you look at it, mostly it's a management issue.
It's not the talent.
No, the talent. You only need to look at the number of rugby players, football players who find markets where they can ply their trade as an employment, as an engagement that pays them. It tells you they can fit on that stage.
Yes.
This is an individual sport, so it's perhaps easier. But so long as we have officials being more important than the athletes, shida.
Kweli. True story. Glory, man. Let's do this. Let's continue doing this, and I just pray that they continue shining and putting us, up there. A big special shout out to Faith Kipyegon. A couple of weeks ago, she attempted to break a record similar to the one that Eliud Kipchoge broke with the Ineos challenge, right? Where he came out at the and said no man is limited. Faith Kipyegon attempted it. She missed it by not the same one, but a similar one in her realm of 1500 meters, I think. She almost broke it, and she just missed the mark I think about 4 seconds or so.
She may miss it a second time.
Yeah.
And then she'll get it a third time.
So apparently no woman has ever done it, and had she done it, she would be the first woman. Many men have done it. I think over 30 men have broken that record, but women hakuna yoyote amewai.
The thing is, we do not treat our champions well.
Yeah.
If you happen to work for a police service like a government service like the military or in the police service, that's a job you're doing.
Yes.
So you may retire, or you're a prisons officer. But these are people, just like we have this team that is trying to look for compensation. The sports ministry should come up with a structured way of rewarding such people, because believe me, whenever something negative comes about the country, these 4 wins already has deleted many of those negative things that people are saying. Look at what Kenyans are doing. It's these individual athletes who are giving us this glory, an entire country.
The Gen Z will say wamesafisha rada.
Yes, wamesafisha rada.
Wamesafisha rada.
That rada is now clean.
All right, bang at the top of the paper. Bang is only for the middle. Bang is usually for the middle only.
My friend, you can play the phrase as you see it.
Bang at the top of the paper. Kenyan targets 1,500 megawatts extra power under 10-year 555 billion mega plan. That story is on page 11. That is good news. I really don't understand much about this 1,500 megawatts, but what I can tell you is that it's a good thing.
The megas are good.
yeah, the megawatts are good. So whatever, you can read that story on page 11. Cabinet secretaries on early campaign trail. Several ministers are openly dabbling in partisan politics, raising questions about devotion to their duties, service delivery, and value for taxpayers' money. And not just cabinet secretaries. Mimi niliona hata anaitwa nani jamaa, speaker wa National Assembly Wetangula pia anaendanga kwa rallies manzi, alafu anapigia serikali debe, alafu pia unaona ana support Prezo, anasema Prezo amefanya hivi na hivi, which is okay, but which is good. Is it good? Is it okay? I don't know.
No, it is not okay.
Yeah, and
it is also not good,
and
because
campaigning,
the campaigning is not the problem.
Yes.
The problem is you are disregarding laid down rules about these things.
Yes.
And you are setting an example of impunity, and you are demonstrating, you who should be the highest upholder.
Yes.
You are demonstrating that these rules don't apply to you. So what do you think? And then you want to complain about border riders who disregard the law.
Yeah.
When they've seen you disregarding something much bigger.
Me, I see our speaker for the National Assembly, and also Kingi was Senate to some extent, campaigning for the president, and I'm like, guys, at what point do you get to be in the middle as a speaker?
And both these gentlemen you mentioned are lawyers.
And now you see that's the other thing.
So
sasa unashangaa ni ile sheria mulisoma.
You know, the thing that concerns me is somehow the leadership seems to feel that what they should lead in is setting bad examples. Because what on earth do you think you're doing? Should you not be the perfect paragon of obedience and subservience to the law, so that when people look at a speaker, they feel this is a man who adheres to the law? The contrary is what is true of you. And you have a very serious position.
Speaker.
In terms of the hierarchy, in the absence of a president and a deputy, now that's a fellow who's going to become president.
Imagine.
For just a few months or days, but that's a fellow who's going to become president. And this is what we're seeing.
Yeah. It's really sad. Governors to face EACC over dubious county hustler funds. That story is on page 4 and 5. Ruto commissions 6 billion Mombasa commuter rail. Big shout out to that. President William Ruto and Mombasa Governor Abdul Somad Nasir during the commissioning of the Mombasa commuter rail service in Mombasa County yesterday. Yes, you can find more on that in the Star newspaper. Wanga on the spot as wage bill jumps by 400 million. Tulisema hiki tu last week, by the way. Governors overspending what they have been allocated and what the counties are making in terms of revenue.
You think it's any different from the campaigning? You are disregarding the law. That's really what you're doing. And yet you should be the perfect example of people who are are subservient to these laws.
Audit fingers 50,000 ghost students in online system. Audit fingers 50,000 ghost students in online system. So the forensic audit of the National Education Management Information System has uncovered about 50,000 non-existent students in secondary schools. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok revealed this in a 10th session of the National Assembly's Committee on Education on Tuesday. Honorable Jeremiah Kioni actually did touch on this conversation yesterday. Ghost schools, ghost hospitals, and ghost students. And the part that we actually even mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. Shocking part is that these same ghost schools will be ghost polling stations. Learning disrupted as varsity dons begin nationwide strike. That is on page 2. And last but not least, golden moment. Cherotich secures world 3,000 meter steeplechase title in championship record.
And we are looking forward to some races today in the 800 meters. Yes.
Yeah.
This should be interesting.
Yes. Today, yeah?
Yep.
Awesome.
Semi-finals. Is it semi-finals? Yeah, semi-finals. I'm not sure when the semi-finals. Anyway, we are looking for medals in that particular bracket.
And we shall get them. I'm certain.
You're certain.
Bang in the middle of your paper.
Shylock economy. The entire page. Harsh economic times and bank credit denials have driven Kenyans into backstreet borrowing. What do they mean? Fueling a Shylock economy that is pushing households to ruin. Victims of predatory lenders forfeit assets, skip meals, battle depression, and in some cases take their own lives. They've even gone so far as to indicate the skipping meals to pay loans. And they're saying 63% of the sampling they did of women skip meals so that the money can be saved to repay the loans. Okay? The default rate as of the 2021 survey indicated 10.7 women defaulted. Men, around this survey was taken in 2024, 16.6. As for men cutting food to repay, 57.1. And this cutting often means that the others don't eat, but if they have children, the children have to eat. Then there are samplings of what people have said about this. My salary is gone before I even receive it. I'm just taking one loan to repay another, and it's a living nightmare. Well, actually, don't be too depressed. We are also taking loans to repay loans, so please don't, as a nation. So don't be too hard on yourself.
Yeah.
They threaten you, they call your friends, they have no mercy. What we are seeing is the emergence of a Shylock economy, a financial ecosystem where desperation drives demand and predatory lenders fill the void left by the formal banking sector. Okay, I pray to God to forgive all those who conned me. I don't want to talk much about it because I also went into depression. Strategies in resolving household indebtedness in 2024, including cutting down on other expenses, ran down savings, looked for additional work or businesses, and took another loan to repay. Okay? So, this story has been with us for a while now.
Yeah.
And you have to ask, what is it that is making people be in this particular position? One, there are very many people who have lost jobs, just for starters. When you lose jobs, the demands for that money that you earned doesn't go away. It is still there. So how on earth do you make ends meet? Sometimes you may find that you have work, but the pay has been cut. Somehow COVID situation that brought about some of the reduction in the pay for many people. Some people just never moved the clock back. It was cut, it has remained cut.
Yes.
We've seen even some media houses shutting down business. We have seen media houses letting go
Of employees.
Yes. And some letting go. Then there's no shortage of stories that one hears of people who haven't paid their workers overtime. And this is all spheres of work, but the media has highlighted, or it has highlighted the stories that pertain to this particular aspect more than others. So the situation that it paints is one where it's a breeding ground for desperation. And this story seems to be indicating that there are people who are waiting in the shadows to take advantage of the situation because people need the money to survive.
Yeah.
And that is where we find ourselves. Now, this is against the backdrop of a situation where we already had people in the millions not knowing where the next million is coming from. The story just highlights the reality that the number has increased and it is set to increase even further.
Yeah.
Not a good story, just a simple reality. Yes.
And it's a bad reality.
It's not pleasant.
It's a bad one because, that Shylock nation where we are saying that people are borrowing left, right, and center. And some of these businessmen now are taking proper advantage because the interest rates of a Shylock are crazy. Crazy. You borrow 10,000, my friend, by the time you're paying that money back, you're paying probably 25,000.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. You borrow 100,000, you're paying almost 300k because now you're desperate, and they spread it across a long period of time. For you, it looks like I'm paying very little money monthly or weekly, but if you actually do the mathematics, my friend, you are making losses, and it's a bad place to be in right now.
Well, you're looking at the world through some fairly heavily tinted glasses, and the glasses are the emergency situation of the needs you have.
Yes.
It drives you to do things that ordinarily you would not do.
Where? A few shoutouts here as we continue. There's Bwangi Juma, and I say, good morning, good people. Hope you are all okay, aren't you? Well, we are, Bwangi. Michael Olande, good morning, my people, listening from 1,000 Hills. Is that Rwanda? Okay. Ricardo Spice Mariera anasema good morning kings and queens, Kitengela iko locked. Asante sana Ricardo Spice. Eunice Okelo, good morning Kenya, tuned in from Konjra iko wapi?
It's you, bro.
Okay.
So muulize Eunice atuambie Konjra iko wapi?
Eunice Okelo, Konjra, is it a typo or that's an actual place? Let us know where it is. Luis Rudasingwa, thanks for the show. CT is in a class of his own. Kikamba imeingia, my DNA has kicked in. Let me say that again. Luis Rudazingwa, thanks for the show. CT is in a class of his own. Okay, thank you, Serena Luis. Wafula team, Moring RG Fraternity, Commissioner Alutalala should come and explain the illogical IEBC budget. And true, no need for the Bomas tallying center. The media can relay results live from polling stations.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. But how reliable is the media? Because even in the last election, we saw different media houses, given also different results.
How that was explained. You see, it is almost impossible for any media house to have people all over the country in all those polling stations. That one is out of the question.
Yes.
However, the results within all those polling stations are tallied at the county. You will know the results then because they are posted. If you use technology, it is not difficult to know what is happening. You tally as you move along. Then the time there's a freeze, you're not getting information. Literally not getting information.
Yeah.
Yes. You look, nothing.
Perhaps then what we would need is also for the media to have like their own central tallying, whereby all the houses will report the same
that won't happen.
The same value. So for example, like in the last case of Ruto and Raila, you would see in one media house Ruto is leading, and is leading with a very significant margin. But in a different media house, you see Raila is leading with also a very significant margin.
Yeah, but that, see, this declaration, if you look at the blue and the red states in the US, when you look at what Fox is televising, and look at the other media houses have their own leanings. The key is the source of information has to be unified. So we know all information is being tallied and relayed at the same time. There's an enormous unwillingness for any such probity, a situation where that accountability factor is guaranteed. If from the surveys from 2016 we understand that there were 1,000 schools that were essentially phantoms, okay?
Yeah.
They were never mentioned. how can a phenomenon that keeps draining money from the economy, how can we, when you on the one hand are told we know and yet nothing is done, it means there are people who have no wish to actually see the end of this. So if that is the situation, do you really imagine that there are people now in that system who will want a formalized way in which you can guarantee that the results will be relayed to the public? We seem very vested in this fiddling with the voting process. No, sorry, the tallying of the voting process. That's where the fiddling takes place. The voting takes place, fine. The tallying, the fiddling must begin. And the tallying the polling centers are usually quite clear and straightforward.
I still believe, City, we can have a central place where we all get our figures as media.
I agree
so that, because there's someone, if someone is watching from Mukambani and they see RGK has reported that Kalonzo is in the lead, and then they watch a different media house and they're like, hey, wale wanasema Kalonzo ni kama hii kiti amepotea. You see, now people who wipe Damu will be like, hey, RGK is the honest one. And chances are we have just been in a position whereby we are telling the wiper strongholds. We've not really gotten to the other places that are doing the other. So if we can have just like a centralized thingy, I think that would serve the interest. So that we, regardless of whichever media house you're watching or listening to, you are hearing the same thing.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you for agreeing with me.
It would be ideal.
Ndakubaya kahawa after this.
Sawa.
Kuna Don Sabo amesema ghost teachers, ghost country workers, ghost MPs, ghost foreign debt, ghost doctors, ghost interns, ghost houses, ghost news. What do you mean ghost news? Ghost bills, ghost SHA, ghost money, ghosts everywhere. City fill in the gap. What else do you know that is a ghost in this country? Ghost projects.
At the rate that Don Sabo is moving, we'll have ghosts.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, ghost phantoms.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, what Nani was saying here yesterday, what Jeremiah Kione said here yesterday, I think we need to take it very seriously. And especially this issue of ghost schools.
Where?
Hiyo kitu tusiachilie hivyo. Na ndio maana niuliza watu wa NATO wenye walikuja hapa a while back, nikauliza, are we going to have this complaint next year?
Of course we are.
Where we are going to say, 3.2 billion again was given to ghost schools, ghost teachers and ghost students.
Do you know how old this story is?
I know it's probably as old as our democracy.
So the moment you have a situation where this became the norm, the questions were actually... it had never occurred to me to connect schools with polling, and yet there's a very direct connection.
Yes.
And the moment you connect, you don't need to be told more. Because you marvel. There's always a reporting of ghost schools and ghost students, and nothing actually ever seems to happen. So you wonder, so then why are you telling us if you're going to do nothing about it? Why don't you just remove them from whatever listing you have, so that, because once they're removed, they can't receive money. And then there are schools which exist, but the number of students, number of years is bumped up in the system. It cannot happen without the collusion of people who work in the ministry. Not possible.
Yeah.
So it is a business stream for some people.
And that is why when you asked Wilson Sosion how schools are registered, and he explained how the schools are registered, then now we came to understand that there's no way you can have a ghost school without the ministry knowing that there's a ghost school in a certain place.
Yep.
That means there's no way you'll have a ghost school without the CS for education knowing that there's a ghost school in that particular area.
When there's a period when they may not know, when they're new.
Bro, hakuna.
No.
Walai tena hakuna.
We appoint these people every other day and they're moved around.
I'm
when
sure.
When you come to that ministry for the first time, you may not know. I don't say you will not know.
Yeah.
May, because you're new. But you will soon
by appointment, you mean like on day 1 you might not know.
Yes.
But on day 2, my friend, you will know.
Oh, no, that evening.
Exactly. Because you know for a fact as a CS. And like you said, ghost schools have been with us for a very long time. Regime.
You know, there's a rumor I keep hearing. I don't know how true this is. That whenever a new PS or a new CS comes in, you are told that, we have a tradition here where salams are given to you. And it's not just this one. For CS, PS is not an envelope. A bag containing some fiduciary. She said, this is just a gift,
Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Hii ni kukaribisha tu. Yes, if you're in some other ministries like land, I'm told every Friday you're told, say, this is just for your weekend. No.
In case you need anything, just talk to City.
Yes, yeah, but this is just for the weekend, and,
Right.
it's a bag. Yes, it's one of these bags that once you look inside, some magic happens. You become deaf, you become blind, and you become mute.
A big shout out to Mohamed Murunga, amesema ghost bank accounts etc. Our very able engineer Omar Juma, engineer wa Radio Generation, ameniambia kwamba watu wa Yata, that is in Machakos County, and Thika wanapata Radio Generation through 88.8 FM.
Well done.
Yeah, watu wa Yata mwamukata. I hope everything is fantastic on your end. If you're joining us for the first time, I want you to listen to the news by our very own Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has admitted to facing financial and logistical challenges in preparing for 24 upcoming by-elections, even as it seeks to restore public confidence in its operations. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, IBC officials revealed that while 16 by-elections have been funded to the tune of 788 million Kenya shillings, 8 others remain in limbo. The Commission's chairman, Edung Ethokon, says the 788 million shillings available is sufficient to conduct 16 by-elections, and the Commission requires another 258 million Kenya shillings to fully finance the November 27th by-elections.
The 24 by-elections will go on one day, and hopefully everything will go successfully.
We have a total of 24 by-elections. The ones that are funded are 16. And the total budget for that by-election, those 16 by-elections, 788 million. For the 8 remaining ones that have not been funded, amounts to 258 million. So in terms of total cost, we are looking at 1,046 million for the purpose of by-elections.
The government has released 3.5 billion Kenya shillings in arrears to doctors after 7-year wait. The amount is the second and the final bunch of the 2017-2024 basic salary arrears. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union Secretary General Davji Atela confirmed the move, saying members are already receiving payments in their respective bank accounts. Atela said the milestone crowns their struggle for the full implementation of the 2017 collective bargaining agreement and the return to work agreement signed in May 2024. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says Kenya expects full cooperation from UK authorities in extraditing a British national wanted for the 2012 murder of Agnes Wanjiru in Nanyuki, Laikipia County. The long unresolved case has now taken a diplomatic turn, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs initiating extradition proceedings from the High Court issued a warrant of arrest against the suspect on Tuesday. Murkomen, speaking at the Jukwaa la Usalama Forum in Siaya County, stressed that Kenya's justice system relies on the goodwill of the UK to ensure the suspect faces trial.
The Ministry of Interior has done its part, but in terms of extradition, it's an important process, but let's leave it to Foreign Affairs. And I don't think we will struggle to find the right cooperation. Britain and Kenya have, of course, very long historical relations, as it's already known.
A 10-year project that targets restoring the degraded Mau Forest natural ecosystem has been launched in Nairobi. The first phase of the restoration project, spearheaded by Environment Principal Secretary Festus Ngeno, targets to rehabilitate over 3,000 hectares in the forest. The project will incorporate the provision of alternative energy sources for the surrounding communities the adoption of sustainable agroforestry, the circular economy, and planting trees in degraded areas.
These pressures will undermine our water security, food production, biodiversity, and the resilience of our local communities.
You have seen the damage it has caused. The nature will never forgive us. We have to wake up. We have to volunteer. We have to provide the little we have.
If you can support us as correctional services to have those items, I assure you, we will be able, PS, to support you in generation of at least giving you 1 million seedlings per annum.
3 police officers were killed and 2 others critically injured in a shooting in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. While following up on a domestic-related investigation, authorities have said Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner Colonel Christopher Paris said the gunman was fatally shot by the police. The incident happened just after 14 hours local time. Images from the scene showed a police officer being airlifted in a medical helicopter. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, also in Yatta and in Thika. If you're listening from any of those locations, please give us a shout out so that we can verify that our engineer to enjoy. Shout out to Engineer Omar Juma, by the way. You skizanga People's Breakfast sana na yu nitumia mpaka maswali and I think ninafaa kuuliza wale watu tunakonga tumeketi na hapa hivi. We are also on 90.7 in Mombasa. Watu wa Mombasa mwambaje? Na kama unatupata in the vicinity of Mombasa and not necessarily in Mombasa, you can let us know as well. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock and the People's Breakfast is where we are at right now. Shout out zimfikie Mohamed Murunga, Ghost Bank Accounts, etc. And then kuna Simon Mwihu amesema good morning Radio Generation family. Well, a very good morning to you, Simon. You're part of this family, so we are glad that you've joined us this particular morning. Kuna gazeti ukurasa wa 7 hapa na ukurasa wa 6, that is the Star newspaper. I'm saying a very interesting story that perhaps we need to focus on, and this is this issue of the ministry ministry audit smokes out 50,000 ghost students. Education PS, pressured by MPs, provides detailed but contentious breakdown. Yeah, a story by one Moses Ogada. Wanasema hivi, a forensic audit of the National Education Management Information System, ilikuwa inaitwa NEMIS. Yeah, so NEMIS ni mali tulikuwa tuna register kila mtu, wanafunzi, walimu, mashule, including the ghost ones. So a forensic audit of the NEMIS system has uncovered approximately 50,000 non-existent ghost students in secondary schools. 50,000 ghost students, phantom students if you may. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok revealed this is a 10th session of the National Assembly's Education Committee, chaired by Julius Melly, Tinderet MP, on Tuesday. So this means taxpayers may have been losing up to 1.1 billion every year in unclear remittances, considering that each student is allocated about 22,200 shillings per year in capitation. So let's just look at this 1.1 billion. Where is this 1.1 billion going to? We know, of course, people's pockets. The people, we might not know them. But there's one thing that we see in this country, and it's a trend where we see members of parliament who earn roughly about $1 million bob. plus minus some allowances here and there. But we have been seeing MPs who have declared themselves to be millionaires, billionaires even, going to churches and other places and giving monies in the tens of millions in terms of their contributions. Mimi nataka kujua hii economy yetu CT. Just how many billionaires can we create in our 50 million people economy?
We actually can't. We do not have the sort of economy that
to create a single billionaire. We can't.
No, billionaire we can, one or two, but
several.
We don't have an economy that creates billionaires or even millionaires. No. For that to happen, you need to have a very robust commercial environment, alive and kicking and growing, industrial, because the human resource we do have. What I mean is, you find more and more people investing within the country, businesses springing up, and you can see the thriving nature of the businesses. You'll find the expansion of these businesses to where the majority of our people are, that is in rural areas, and you find there's an offtake from that as well. That is a growing economy. Now, the county governments were supposed to do precisely that. One doesn't see clear signs of them having done that, but that was it. If one saw more and more and more, you see signs of it.
Yeah.
But if one saw an abundance of it, then you could say this economy that we have is growing. And the thing that now dents that particular image is the pending bills. When you're told there's 600 billion pending bills, since you're being told that is money that should be in the economy, and it isn't in the economy. So this growth, if you were to inject this money back into the economy, that growth would be real. But when you hear of suicides because of people who have debts that they cannot service, or you hear of people whose businesses have shut down because they haven't been paid and yet they provided a service, then unfortunately that is not an economy that produces millionaires and billionaires in the way in which it is being presented. Yes.
And interestingly enough, apart from a few businessmen who've had what I would call generational wealth, majority of our millionaires and billionaires are politicians.
There are, you see, if you look at countries where people are really wealthy, you'll find, for instance, let's take a China or India with a population of 1.3 billion people. If you have a product that you only sell to 100 million people, okay? That is less than a tenth of the population of that country.
Yes.
You will be a millionaire.
Even a billionaire.
Yes, even if your profit margin is as the equivalent of our shilling or 2 shillings, you will be. Because of the monies that you receive and because of the volumes. But we don't have that. You don't find people in aspects like, say, blue economy, people who own trawlers. Okay? So you can say that person is not business. Or people who run mines and you can say they produce mines. Countries where they produced oil, you can see this person is an oil baron. You know what they do. Okay? This person is a tech business and he owns this business and this business produces this and the offtake is here and here. You can trace the value, and in tracing the value you can trace the money and where this money comes from.
Hapa wanakuambia matatu business has made them billionaires.
No, maybe the selling of charcoal and chicken.
And chicken.
Maybe that's the
is
one. That's the one
which, your mind.
No, I figure and say, hey, my goodness, really.
Let's ask our guest in the studio what businesses he owns. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce one, Kamau Wambio. He is the chairman, National Youth Caucus. Kamau, a very good morning. Nice to see you again. I think you were here last week?
Thank you. Last week Batwan, eh?
Yes. Karibu tena sana.
Asante sana.
A pleasure seeing you once again.
Good to see you too.
Umepata akiongea juu ya biashara?
Nimepata mnaongea serious business, good business.
And it's because we are seeing that there are about a couple of ghost schools that in the last financial year have received a capitation of 1.1 billion.
Yes.
So we were saying that, hey, in Kenya, we see a lot of millionaires and billionaires and we don't understand where their monies come from. And we think we understand where that money might be coming from. If 50,000 ghost students can produce 1.1 billion Kenya shillings in 1 year. Now I think I know where these people get their money.
They are full of ghosts everywhere in this country. Ghost workers, ghost schools, ghost hospitals, ghost vehicles, ghost institutions, ghosts.
Yeah.
And even these ghost schools, most of them were used as polling stations.
Yeah. So ghost polling stations.
So ghost polling stations, ghost votes. And hence now we saw what we saw.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's full, and people this Nairobi watu wanafanya kazi sana. Yeah, when they are doing a lot of nothing, a lot of theft.
Yeah.
Because it is not business, it is not,
Yeah.
when someone just like City is telling you, for you to make $1 million profit, it will take you a long time to make $1 million profit. If I made mine, it took forever. For you to make $1 billion profit, it will take you a lot of years. But you hear there is someone who is making $1 billion per 2, 3, 4 months. That is a legit company. That is what they are making in a year. You get? So I think tuache kubeba ujinga na kubebana ujinga. Most of these people, their money is not legit.
Yeah.
They don't earn it legitimately. They earn it illegitimately, because when you have 50,000 ghost workers and ghost students,
yes,
and that means you have like over 200 ghost schools, and the same time you're still not being able to sustain them, so you're actually stealing the little that is there. And even the ones who are legitimately in class, they cannot be sustained. Today, I have just seen a lecturer walk in yesterday in a class and told 1,000 students to go home first years. What are you telling a first year?
Why were they told to go home? Because of the strike?
Because of the strike. These kids, their parent ameuza ng'ombe. Neyako legit, amesoma 4 years high school. Vizuri. And then they earned us a spot in university. The first day, go home. Because yesterday is when they were reporting the first term in class. They were told, go home. We don't have your time right now. And yet, in this house here on the hill, we are having money being dished out each and every now and then.
By that house, you mean State House?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me not say that because that is not a state house. That is a money laundering center.
Okay.
That is why it is like a house. And with all due respect, the president should give back dignity that is deserved for that house. We grew knowing that is a house. A house. That is the face of the nation. But now it is a money laundering center. By that, what do I mean? When you call 10,000 teachers, and those 10,000 teachers, shame on them. Because these are the people who are supposed to hold the future of the country. When I bring you my kids, nakuletea mtoto ujinga, ndo akuwe mtu mzuri. Now, umeenda State House, umeenda kuimba, tutam. Just because of 10,000 shillings. 100,000 teachers, 10,000 teachers, you give them 10,000 each. That is 100 million. Now watu wamekula breakfast worth 3,000. That is 24 million. That is 124 million. That is money worth of building 7-10 schools. That is money worth of building level 5 hospitals, 5 of them fully equipped. That is money.
No. You can't build a level 5 hospital that money. The one you stated. No. Level 5 hospitals, you'll need them like 15 billion.
One level.
One level 5.
One level 5. Maybe then level 4, the level 3.
But I get where he's heading with that conversation.
Yes.
That is,
it would have built a couple of hospitals, even if not
believe
level
me,
5.
You would have built very many clinics because you don't need very many level 5 hospitals.
Yes.
If the level 2 and 3 hospitals exist, then the diseases that take people to level 4 and 5 are dealt with at that level.
Yeah.
So there's no escalation of the disease to the point where it requires more specialized attention. No, it does not. Yes. So you're right. When the Nairobi Metropolitan Service came into being, and the health service was under a gentleman called Dr. Luga, that's what they sought to do. And one saw the progress that they made with building such institutions. You do not need to build many level 5 or 6 hospitals. That's not where the greatest needs are. No.
Yeah. But even in terms of the number of schools we are looking at, with that amount of money, 100 million, not forget even the 24 in terms of maybe the food they ate and the logistics, that sorry, that 100,000 would have done so much for
100 million.
100 million.
Sorry, 100 million.
And
yes.
don't forget, it's 100
so
million
much.
for Kiambu County, 100 million for Murang'a, because they took 6,000 people from Kiambu County. Each
really?
person received 10,000 each. That is 60 million. On top of all those logistics, that's 100 million. They did that with Murang'a County. And also even the MCAs in Kiambu, they were receiving 100,000 each.
Oh yeah, I remember the MCAs a few weeks back had gone to see the president.
You get? No, even when they had gone with the MCAs and the people.
Yes, they still...
Then when the people are getting 10,000, the MCAs are getting 100,000.
No way.
Yes, way. It is there, they are saying it. When Murang'a was taken just the other day, because most of the MCAs boycotted the event, those who went were receiving 300,000 each. Now what are we doing?
But let me play the devil's advocate here, Kamau. That perhaps those teachers that went there and received the 10,000 shillings each, hiyo pesa iliwasaidia tu mahali.
Iliwasaidia. No, hiyo nayo, you see, in my culture we normally say, if you allow me to mention in Kikuyu, dogathike jogu na muguogo wayo. What do I mean?
Don't
bury the elephant with its head, with its tusks. You get?
Okay.
Now, if you are burying the elephant, let us benefit
from the tusks.
Yes, because it has died anyway.
Yes.
You get?
Okay.
But now this is not an elephant, and it is doing it way too much. And calling, how many times will the president sustain giving money and dishing out money in State House, calling it out from all the regions? That is money. You know, Office of the President, Office of the Deputy President, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Office of Head of Public Service has received 5 billion. You can look it up. 5 billion. For what?
For what?
It is money that is budgeted for those, a total of 5 billion. But what is happening in the Office of the President with 2.17 billion?
So we're saying that
so this is the money that they are dishing out, and they are not really focusing on the issues that they are supposed to be focusing on. Actually, on top of which, we are having all those institutions now, we are having ghost students.
But Akamau, the surprising thing is, the complete opposite of what you're saying is actually what is happening. They are dealing with those issues. Ask yourself, what do you think is a priority of a high-ranking politician?
Numbers.
Yes. So these are things you're mentioning are important because the vast
important to who?
No, the vast majority of our citizens need these services. A very large number. Okay? But I'm raising the question, is that the priority of the politician?
Now that is a problem. Right now we are not supposed to have politicians. Right now we are supposed to have leadership, political leaders. Right now we are supposed to be delivering. We can be playing politics city.
But that's the point. They think that, you see, delivery to you is service provision for the citizen.
Yes.
Again, let me repeat. Is that the priority of the politician?
It should be.
They talk about it as though it is.
It should be, even because even when they are dishing it out, they are coming. Unajua mwanasiasa anakuwa msijui. I don't know how.
You do know you're a politician yourself.
Yes.
Mwanasiasa anakuanga.
And that is why the good ones never get in there.
They never get elected.
You know the good ones, some of them, those who are working really, they actually don't need to say. You know, Kibaki was a politician, right? But he was a political leader. Maybe when Kibaki was there, I was young, way younger. You were there and way much experience.
You're right about Kibaki, but let me also explain to you that when you take a path like the one Kibaki took, it's not a path of popularity. So you need to be very strong. That man had problems in his first term because of the positions that he took.
Until he dissolved the whole cabinet, yes.
Someone says, people who've sat in that chair that you're sitting on right now have said this before, that Kibaki was a very good governor in terms of just governing and doing stuff, but in terms of politics he wasn't really good, and that is why towards the end of his first term alikuwa na shida nyingi, and that is why Raila at the time gave him a run for his money, because had he been a good politician, chances are Raila wouldn't have gotten the kind of numbers, and the numbers that he got, and that is why, because he really did well for the economy. What we believe that he did really well, because he did a lot of projects and he had very good ideas for the economy, and that was the governance part. But when it comes to the politics, kidogo ni kama alianguka. So he didn't have a very good balance of governance and politics. That's what I've understood,
which is true. And that is where we are right now. For us to move from a third state, from a third world country, we really don't need politics. Look at what happened to Nepal. Nepal has been under dictatorship for over 30 years. Now it is time to transit to the other world order, how the whole world is living. Now these young people of Nepal, they felt no way. They are because it is something that comes in you, because in the realm of the spirit, the transition has already happened. Like right now, you always uone mtu na katululu anapiga picha na nini. That's like a small phone.
The feature phone.
The phone you were using in 1990s, 2000. You cannot see people. They are taking photos with it because and fancying with them. They are only gadgets for communication, and they are not as many.
Basically,
right now,
anything that is not
we
a
have
smartphone.
transited. That is how, even in even politically, it is now transitioning is happening, and that is why you're seeing even politics in Burkina Faso transition happened, and they're like, no way, we need development now, we need to work. And then look at what happened in Burkina Faso, Niger. Look at what is happening in South Africa. For the first time in 30 years, the ruling party was almost cornered, and now they were forced to have a coalition. Look at what happened in this Botswana. You get the transition is happening. It's happening, and the revolution is coming and coming and coming. With time, we'll have a full world order. People who are understanding how the world is moving. Look at China. They are developing their students. They are developing their states. They have developed their discipline. When you're caught with corruption, just kusikika tu mkono inaenda, and
this is now China.
This is China. And naguna the story at is a high court sijui back to forth the other day. So paranya
they do take you to court in China.
They do, but the
process is shorter.
But the process is shorter, and it is much more decisive than here. The other day we have a CS who had a court case. When he was announced that he is the CS, the matter, the graft case was pulled off. But now the other day we were told by the EACC and High Court that the DPP did not acquit the guy well. So we are having a country where and that is why it's the same thing. Politics. That is what played part to form this broad-based government.
You have a fan here, first of all, as we continue. He's called Lewis Brown Madenge, na amesema yeye ni MCA Kamaka Ward, Kamakwa Mukaro Ward in 2027. He's predicted he's going to be the MCA. Okay, congrats, bro, and wish you all the best. So he says, salute to Kamau Mbiu. Honestly, we as Gen Z, we came out in regards to an economic crisis that required an economic paradigm shift. Kasongo's government went on to settle political scores. We cannot do the same things expecting different results. Zambia has voted out a one-term president. Guess which state is next? So using Mr. Brown's statement, I think he's alluding to the fact that Zambia's Gen Z voted out their president. Do you see that happening in this country, whereby the Gen Z vote is very significant to the point of changing and shifting the directions of politics in this country?
Now, if we change the culture, it is very much possible, but only if the Gen Zs just agree to come out of their comfort zone. you know, where much what do we call it? How do they put it, City? Where much tasks is given and responsibilities given,
yes,
a lot is expected.
Oh yeah. So with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes. Now that is what they want. Do you know what is the great responsibility? Just to take an ID, take a vote, and wake up. But now Gen Zs, do you know what we do? We don't take the IDs, or rather we have them. We wake up on the day of elections. I have conducted 2 elections since I started voting. My first time to vote was City Don't Laugh, 2017. That was my first time to vote, and I was very much
not laughing.
to be
See, I've been given instructions.
Yeah, don't laugh.
I'm taking heed of the instructions.
You know, 2017, I was not only did I vote, but I was actively involved. I actually slept on a polling center, in a polling center, waiting for votes to be counted in 2017.
Because you were vying for a seat, or because you really wanted to be
campaigning for someone?
Okay. So you were an agent at the time.
And I was I was an assistant campaign manager then for the then member of parliament. 2022, I was part of the election. Now this time I ran.
You are in the ballot.
Yes. I didn't sleep for 3 days.
Hebu nikumbushe ulikuja namba ngapi?
3.
Number 3. That's a
How
good
many
position.
contestants were there?
No, how many? 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Yes.
For a first time showing, that was good.
Good. Now we go to now the young people. These days of when we're doing elections, I don't know what happens, but the weather is just chilly. Very early in the morning, the weather is just bad, and then it's a whole day of queuing. So the young people, they normally take this as a holiday. It's a Netflix and chill. The previous day sherehe. Hii siku sasa ni siku ya kutulia. But if we change that and we ensure that no sherehe point is open, all of them, they are closed.
You mean the bars, places
the
are movies,
centers, movies zinaweza funguliwa, watch uamke uende vote. You know, we want people who are sober in the morning, and then we go, because not only do we need to vote, but we need to protect and oversight.
Do you think people who drink
the vote process
necessarily need to have establishments that sell alcohol open on that day for them to drink?
Not really.
Precisely. People who are determined to drink will drink.
Yeah. But you know, City, I'm actually with him on this point, because drinking is a social event. There are some, of course, who will buy that bottle and then drink in the house. Wajifungia hapo tu enjoy maybe on Netflix anasema, which is okay. But majority of the folks, they want that environment of, you know, that social environment. Zile za umecheki venye kumeenda, unasikia nani anasema nini. So if we reduce that, if we can say for example, if voting happens on Wednesday, on Tuesday not a single bar, pub, club is open, we might be able to reduce that. So hata ukinunua wende ukakunywa kwa nyumba, hautaweza kureplenish, hautaweza kuongeza ya pili na ya tatu. So I actually agree, if we can close it on Tuesday and on voting day on Wednesday haijafunguliwa, then we reopen it on Thursday, perhaps would have different results.
You don't see that these are dictatorial tendencies?
No,
you are actually interfering with people's businesses.
What I'm saying, City, as we said, where much is expected, you know, it is just one day. Even those businesses, we are going to protect them. We are voting for their democracy, for their rights, for their freedom. For just one day we go. Kulikuwa na maandamano na kulikuwa kuna fungo City, kulikuwa na maandamano and it was successful. The finance bill came down and there was relief. But now if we can, even the business, they say we are, even those liquor stores, even in the universities, all of them can't wait. If they say we are not going to sell any liquor, even the whole country, they go for loss of billions in one day, but the following day they'll go for you know, a profit, because everyone now will come out kusherehekea.
What I'm getting at is, if you co-join the owners of these establishments in that decision making, and they see it as their patriotic duty, and they agree and say, because they all have associations that look, so as to pay fidelity to this particular period, this is what we're going to do, then you convince the people. So the element of public participation now takes over. What I was trying to caution about is the tendency to come up with a solution and say this is what will happen. We will shut it down. Those are dictatorial tendencies. You have already decided that that's what you're going to do. Freedom means you can choose to decide whether you're going to drink or not. You are going to decide whether you're going to vote or not.
But City,
those are all decisions that you make.
City, you remember during COVID, that thing was
No.
a option, my friend.
That, my friend, you are equating COVID with an election day.
It is one day. City.
No, COVID death was around the corner if you did not adhere to the norms.
It's
of
the same.
COVID.
It's death to the economy, death to the country, death to our future.
You are going against the very principle that
City,
you are saying you support.
Tutafunga bayako, bro.
I'm trying to explain to you that you are demonstrating the very thing that I've been talking about. That you are talking about this group who are untested. This group is not different from those who are already in power now in terms of their thinking.
You mean the Gen Z?
I mean precisely that young people. So even when you have young people in power, what makes you think they will not behave exactly the same way as those who are currently in power?
City. There's a philosopher called Pericles. He said, freedom is a sure possession of those alone who protect it. What do you understand from that?
That you two are advocating the complete opposite of what that philosopher said. That's what I get from it. Freedom doesn't mean you have to be happy with the choices someone makes, but they must be allowed to make that choice so long as it's within the laws of that particular country. If I don't want to vote, that is my choice. I'm talking absolute terms. If I do not want to go and vote, that is my choice. If I want to vote again, that is my choice.
Yeah.
Just like I decide who I'm going to vote for.
Kura yako siri yako. And again, in my community we said nikuri hede idhero na kahede akahede meruka. Kuna wakati wa jokes, tunaweza joke. Anaweza amka nikitaka nikibaki yako hapo, ni unyako hapo. Ni sawa, hata nisipovote watavote. Ni kama venye wajaka wanasemanga, wanaamka wanaenda wanaona line wanasema baba asasinda. Na sasa kuna wakati wa kuweka jokes kando, na kuna ile wakati that kahende is when you swallow a bone. No, that is not jokes. That is serious.
So where's
business.
the joke in all this?
Now the joke in all this
is when you don't vote.
Is when you don't vote. Because it's when you start exercising your freedom. Staki kuvote, I can vote, I cannot vote, siri yangu sahi si siri yako, sahi is one.
Actually, you have the makings of a serious dictator.
Kama wewe fanya hivi, wewe tukikupatia kura kwa MP,
please,
ukifika pale bunge leta sheria.
That is what I will do.
Because
right now, City, where we are as a country, we don't need jokes. We don't need to be told how on earth do you dish out
there's
City 120 million and we just watching.
You're mixing up your points. The 120 million is a different discussion. The point I'm trying to make here is this. You're talking about how it is that we can best utilize our resources. That's where the 20 million you're talking about comes in. If you're talking about the freedoms that we have, someone serves a better interest when they're convicted and they're convinced that this is what they must do. It serves a better interest. And that same thinking then follows when a leader is then elected, the need for this person to be held to check. It's not as though on that day, once we voted, now it's done. Because that seems to be our mindset. And then we ask you, but why are you not doing these things when we voted you in? When you elect someone, the job, it hasn't ended, it has just started. That person will be influenced by that office. That person will be influenced by the power they now have, which they didn't have. That person is going to be influenced by others who've been in this environment longer than him. And the person you voted in, this wonderful person, will change before your very eyes as you watch. So I am simply saying that for anything to make sense and for it to be durable, the decision that is made by the individual has to be something that they have been convicted and convinced about, so they know exactly what they are doing. This idea of not voting because it is my choice, I was of that persuasion a long time ago when I was young. Believe it or not, Kama, I was also young once. and fairly stupid in my youth. Okay, when I understood why I should vote, I have never stopped voting, but I had to understand it myself and say, okay, this thing is important. When you make it a rule, we had alcoblo. It is for the safety of the road users. Did you see how that thing was fought?
Yes.
Alcoblo. Baona said, you're interfering with our businesses. Now, if you look at countries where they've had issues with alcohol, they have laws which prohibits the selling, not consumption, of alcohol at a certain time. So if you've bought and you have it, you can continue drinking it. But at a certain point in time, they will not sell it. And beyond a certain stage, the barman is that will tell you, sir, you cannot drive. You know what you've consumed. I'm simply saying, it's a culture where people understand the need to obey the law. When I lewa, here too,
itabidi tukue dictators for a day.
Let me
create the law so that the law exists. Then where's the argument? It is the law.
What I will say, CT.
Yes.
The secret to happiness is freedom. The secret to happiness is freedom. And the secret of freedom, or the secret to freedom, is courage. That is all I'll say.
Let us
courage, for lack of a better word, or for lack of a more lethal word. But we have to be courageous. We have to be more upfront. We have to be more uptight, so that we can have that freedom. And the secret to happiness is freedom. But the secret to freedom
is courage.
City.
Come on.
That is what I'll say.
Before we lose the conversation, perhaps we can talk about the laws around the election day at a different time. But right now, let's continue with the whole issue of holding our institutions to account, and especially when it comes to our voting, how we shall vote and how we shall ensure that we have protected that vote. Yeah. In your opinion, how do you think we will protect our votes come 2027, regardless of whichever way we want to vote?
By protecting is one numbers. Once you come out in big numbers, big chunk of numbers, big, and we become precise and clear on what you're doing, because that's a different day altogether.
Yeah.
Precision, we come out in numbers, precision in how we are doing, in how we are taking, in who we are voting for, so that we don't have spoiled votes. Remember here, each and every vote counts, and numbers. Once we are out in big numbers, now that is one, there will be no rigging. If you look at the margin with which the number one and number two, since 2007, since 2007, is 200,000. The same number. 2002, it was so big. Even if they tried rigging, ilikata. Lakini ya 2007 kidogo umefuatilia, stima zinapotea zinarudi darakani. 2013 the same. 2017 hata Maraga akasema no, kirudiwe. 2022 null and void, and because of 6.97 million. You know, the other election, 7 million. Numbers. You come out, vote. The whole Mount Kenya region has a total of 8 million registered voters. Bank it in the same ballot. Pip. That is 7 million voters. Let's say, wow, they are 1 million. The whole of the Mount Kenya South, that is
Lower Eastern.
Lower Eastern. Nowadays is Mount Kenya South.
Okay.
They give us what, 3 or 3.5 to 4 zote block, kwa sababu we hope that the candidates will come from there. Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka. That is 10. Those are only 2 places. You know, and I'm using these regions because that is how the Kenya is divided.
Yes.
On the other part of the Western Kenya, they have 5 million votes. Wagonge nusu. I think we are good. But also now this other candidate is very smart and cunning. And that is why we have to really come out in big numbers. And now from there, we are good.
By other candidate, you mean the president?
Yes, the president.
You are assuming, I take it, that because of the numbers of this particular voting bloc that we refer to as the youth, that they will vote cohesively. That it's good that we assume. In the realms of assumption, it is a good assumption. But does it bear reality? That is my question, and it's going to continue being my question. Because when push comes to shove, and with the time we have left, that time represents the changes that you are likely to see over time. Let's look at these by-elections that we're talking about. Let's see if what Kamau is talking about can actually be demonstrated, because this is a good pilot. We have a by-election. Let us,
24 positions.
Yes, 24 is good. Let's see how that voting will take place. Call it a trial run so that we can see. All right?
See, a by-election and a general election is 2 different elections.
You are going to tell me how they're different?
Yes. Let me tell you how they're different. A general election, well, both of them are elections. And their point is not really to vote in someone and akatufanyia kazi. Hey, we want this. You know, the purpose of an election, really of a general election, and this one of a by-election, to me, according to me, the by-election is a measure of power, political power. This is all about pure politics. This is all about to show these people which party is strong, which ward is strong. You get? Now this is all about power and political muscle.
This is now a by-election.
A by-election. Because a by-election is a very tricky situation, because people are actually not in so much dire need of representation. It's only 2 years too, and so it is what we will come with. And this one is persuading the voter.
And how different is it from a general election?
A general election now, this one is a matter of life and death. Unatokea kwenda to vote out a full system. You're going to elect a full in system with a full different ideology. You get? Now this one is because it is circumstantial. You know, it is circumstantial. You're already used to. You already, like that ward in that constituency in Banissa, the MP died after 4 months. They have been having, I don't know if they have been receiving representation. Of course, they have not been receiving representation at the National Parliament, but the CDF has been working.
Yes.
Because the CDF is a different,
it's independent of the MP.
You get? So they've still been getting what? The bursaries, the schools, the classes, but also because of the MP who is now the patron of the NGCDF of a specific constituency. Now maybe there is some biasness happening, which is normally looked over by the member of parliament, but still you'll still get the development. The same to the ward level, because there's a governor, there's the ward admin, there's the liaisons. They are there and they're delivering the reports to the executive of the county. Now here is what happened, like last there was a by-election in the last government of Kiamba,
the 12th parliament.
The 12th parliament. Kiamba, that member of parliament of Kiamba was really going to do nothing in parliament.
Why?
He didn't speak. He only took a Bible. So when he was sworn in, that was the only time we heard his voice.
So hearing his voice is important.
Now, listen. It is, yes, it's good. You're going to help to represent the people. What bills are you raising? What contribution are you making in the house? But what was happening for him was then UDA was trying to show, and they were testing how popular are we. Now this is the time we are testing how popular are we as the united opposition. How popular are the people listening? Really, are they really willing to come out? And if they are coming out, and up to what percentage are they coming out? Now the government
My Take 2.0 on YouTube anasema hivi, kuna jamaa anaitwa My Take 2.0, sijui kama ni jamaa ama ni madam, lakini ni viewer My Take 2.0 amesema hivi: Kenyans, we just like making excuses for everything. The last elections had the worst turnout in like 15 years. It can't be that all those people didn't turn out to vote because they were drinking. So what other reasons make people not turn out for elections? You're a politician. Yes. When you saw what happened in your constituency, I'm sure kuna watu unasema, I thought we'd have a better turnout. Why didn't people turn out?
I don't know if I remember. There's this philosopher called Socrates. I love like city. I follow him. He loves philosophy.
Right.
This philosopher called Socrates says the reason good people the reason good people are ruled by fools is because they don't play or take part in politics. And for the fact that you don't love or take interest in politics doesn't mean that politics does not have interest in you. So you'll find someone, like I gave you the last time I was here, I gave you an instance. I've gone to a restaurant, I've ordered my coffee, and then I ask the waiter, one time, he say one time, hey, must go. And then I ask the person, are you going to vote? No, I won't vote. Why? Sipendi siasa, sipendi politics. Why? You get? Now that is it. Now that is the problem. We want
change, but we won't affect it.
We don't. Yes, we don't want to affect it, and then we don't want to study the politics. Why don't I like politics? Unaangalia, you see this character, and then it's this character, and then you see their history. You're like, these are the same monkeys. So I'm not going to vote for any. But remember, these are the same monkeys. Like from the last election, why were we going on this other one? This one was a toothless monkey. This other one had serious teeth. Now the people went for the one who had serious teeth, not a monkey, hyena. These were two hyenas. One was a very serious, toothless, old hyena. He can't even scavenge very well. But this other young one, atanaua, he is hunting.
Yeah.
And a hyena does not hunt. A hyena is a scavenger.
Anangojaga wengine wa huyu anakuja.
Sasa huyu anajulia yeye mwenyewe. Waza watu wakasema ni huyu. And now here we are looking between what we have, what is good, what will deal for us, because politics is all about interest for our people, and how you balance your interest and the interest of your people. You get? Now we need to take caution, and we need to study these people. If someone took time and studied the two characters, you are for sure not surprised by what is happening, because it is what he is used to do.
Right.
You get?
Yeah.
Now to answer my good friend there, now let people take interest in politics. Study politics. Who are these candidates? Study them. Yes, there are different hyenas, there are different monkeys in that forest, but they are good monkeys in the forest. The reason that all these monkeys, they are good ones with good discipline. Let me finish, City.
No, this monkey analogy we've already gotten, and I'm trying to ask you a very simple question. How do you get people to a point where they actually understand the need for them to vote?
You just need to give them the platform or the instances.
The last election, the platform existed, and 8 million people did not take the platform. And the majority of them were young.
Because one, you see, when the need arises, much is expected now. That is when you know there's a problem. You see, once you go through a problem, that is when you know what it really takes. The pain.
The question I'm asking is actually unfair, because even I don't have a solution.
Now, me, I have a solution. Once you undergo the pain, you know what it takes. In my community, again, we say, if you have not gone through a situation, you don't know what it takes to be in that situation. If you've not been poor, and then you get to a point where you don't really know how, you don't really, if you've never slept hungry, you don't know the woes of sleeping hungry. And until one day when you come out of the situation where you can sleep hungry, you can never want to go back to that situation. Now that is where we are right now. We have been joking, we have been playing with politics, now we are in the problem. We are going through the problem.
Of the percentage of these young people,
you get, now they know.
Do they? No, we assume they know. For me, knowledge will be demonstrated during these by-elections.
That is true.
If they've internalized it, we'll have an opportunity of sampling it and seeing it. But further to that, when the opportunity for new registration to take place, I would like to see the numbers of young people who are going to register as voters. Because there are people who attend rallies don't even have IDs. It's not that they've been refused, they just don't bother. When you talk about Huduma number, they keep reporting the number of IDs that have never been collected.
Situnajua kuna mtu hata juma birth certificate yake iko.
Then you go and report that you don't know and you get another one.
Yeah, there's someone who literally doesn't even like them. Maybe wali, and I hate using this example, but I'll use it anyway. Mtu aligrow up Ushago, alizaliwa Ushago, ameishi Ushago miaka yake yote. Madhe yake amebada hajashughulika kwenda kumchukulia birth certificate. Akuzaliwa kwa hospitali, alizaliwa kwa nyumba. Then whatever after that, the processes that happened, and then so this person has hit the age of 18. Alafu anauliza madhe iko wapi certificate yangu ya kuzaliwa? Nini? Madhe anamwambia, hiyo kitu unajua sijaichukua. So that person has first of all just getting to the first documentation to even prove that he was born an adult.
To be born, yeah.
That's another different story altogether. So by the time you're asking this person to go and get the ID, it's just one of those things.
There are very many ways in which somebody can get an ID, a birth certificate, even if you don't have one. There are processes. You see, the question we're asking does not have one straight answer, because you're dealing with a multiplicity of issues regarding why people don't vote.
Yeah.
Okay? Some is because they feel if they get an ID, that is a sure way of the government following them up. All manner of reasons are given.
It's like the people who think getting a KRP now means you have to pay taxes from that day.
From the moment you get that card, the tax inakufuata. The thing is, the importance of an election has to be understood by the individual who is voting. They have to understand it. And politicians like Kamau, it is their job not just to seek the vote, but to get people to understand why it is this vote has nothing to do with him and him wanting to vie. No. It has to do with his life. That vote is what will determine the life he lives. We had a sit down here with Professor Lumumba, PLO, and one thing that came out clearly from PLO is that there's a difference between civic education and political education. And we need to find a way to education. Because people need to understand, first of all, their civic rights and their civic duties, but they also need to understand their political duties. Like, fine, I have my ID. Yes, I know I'm registered in whatever Mgongo Road to vote. Fine, but do I understand now how to choose between City and Kamau?
what Kamau is telling me and what CT is telling me, do I understand, number one, first of all, who's lying to me, who's giving me things that can never be done, and also who is actually just being truthful as far as my future actually is concerned. So that needs to be done. Come on.
That one I agree with you totally, and it needs to be done. And
Yeah.
that is why I always say we need to really understand what is politics. Politics, I told you, is a different thing altogether.
Ndio to understand
hata hiyo mambo ya finance bill tulitokea tukatokea. Now that is civic education, that is your civic duty. You know, to analyze hii mambo ya sha nini, that is civic duty. But elections is all about politics.
Yeah.
All together, and we need the young people to know.
Ndio tuelewe mambo ya partyless, tribeless, cause kuna watu by the way wanasema manze sasa hiyo story ya partyless.
Hizo ni jaba.
The moment they see you in a political party, they have written you off. And see, that's not how it should be done.
That's not the case. The political parties are only buses to make you cross to the other road. Once you're in, now you remove the political garment. You wear in now your civic duty as a leader. Now that is to deliver the mandate to the people as constituted in the constitution. Now we really need to.
Thank you so much, Kamau.
And I don't know why these other guy, I was really waiting for him.
For Gunjiri?
For this Gunjiri. You know, I've seen him all through grow. I was really waiting for him to come and lie to the young people. Why he's still there? But anyway, it's good.
It's called the choice he has made. That's his freedom.
That is his freedom.
Yes.
Which is true.
About to engage for news, but thank you so much, Kamau. This is where we come to a close. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Members of universities' academic staff union have gone on strike despite recent support from the National Treasury. On Wednesday, lecturers at the University of Nairobi and Maseno University downed their tools, insisting that the government has yet to meet their financial demands as outlined in the collective bargaining agreements. UON UASU Chapter Secretary Dr. Maloba Wekesa accused the state of failing lecturers, noting that pending physical arrears remain unsettled.
The 3rd of November, with an agreement over 3-phase payment. They lived up to phase 1. Phase 2 was supposed to be paid from the 1st of July. Yet again, the government has reneged. We as workers have been patient. This is going to be the 3rd month. That money is not paid. Hawa wafanyikazi hawarudi wapi? Hawarudi. Then we have another cycle that has already taken off. The life of that cycle has started. The 2025-2029 CBA.
The Ministry of Education has uncovered more than 50,000 ghost students in secondary schools across the country so far amid an ongoing verification exercise. Appearing before the National Assembly Education Committee, Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok said the verification exercise has so far covered only half of the institutions. He added that while the situation in primary and junior secondary schools was less clear, initial data suggested that the problem was most widespread in secondary schools.
We are expecting a huge reduction in the number of students by about 5 to 10%. And we're also expecting a huge reduction in the number of schools. I won't tell you the percentage right now, but we're expecting a reduction even in the number of schools. So we are expecting really results that is going to really impact on the resources we are sending to our schools. And it's going to affect everything else, including even the teachers posted.
The Independent Policing Oversight Authority has unveiled 13.1 billion Kenya shillings 5-year strategic plan aimed at enhancing accountability in the police service and rebuilding public trust. However, IPOA Chair Isaac Hassan admits the plan faces serious hurdles, with only 21% of the required funds available and operations limited to 9 regions out of 3,000 police facilities across the country. Hassan says adequate resources, including staff, are hampering the authority's mandate.
We have 77 investigators against a need of 400 investigators. And that's where the core of the public complaints are, that we take too long to investigate complaints and prosecute any complaints arising out of those investigations.
Several county governments are under scrutiny after it emerged that billions of shillings have been used as loans and empowerment funds but remain largely uncovered. Senators now want the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to step in, citing concerns that the funds may have been used as political tools to woo voters during election periods. The County Public Investments Committee, which has been interrogating governors over the ballooning non-performing loans, ruled that EACC should take over the matter, warning that continued recovery efforts by counties will be futile. England striker Harry Kane exploited error-prone Chelsea to score twice in Bayern Munich's 3-1 Champions League win. Kane won and scored a penalty before sealing victory in the second half through a curled shot after Malo Gusto missed it. Earlier, Chelsea defender Trevor Chalobah scored an own goal, while returning Cole Palmer placed a shot into the top corner to pull one back of his 100th appearance in competitions for the West Londoners. Chelsea squandered a positive start, missing early chances through Pedro Neto and Enzo Fernandez and Palmer. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock, and we're just getting into that third hour where we're about to have a very comprehensive conversation about the economic strength of the East Africa community. And with us in studio, apart from, of course, Siti Muga, is Honorable David Ole Sankok. He is an MP at the East African Legislative Assembly, that is Yala. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much. You know, I heard about this Radio Generation,
yes,
all the way from Tanzania.
Really?
And I said I must come. So it was me who called you,
yes,
and said that I really need to visit this place.
We appreciate that.
Unajua with Muga, you know, I used to be with him somewhere else.
Right.
So when I saw Radio Generation, kila mtu anaongea about Radio Generation.
Yes.
Even people from Musoma in Tanzania, because I was in Musoma, Butiama district, wilaya Wamara.
Yes.
That is how I knew about this very powerful radio.
Interesting. Ukirudi huko wasalimia sana number 1 and tell them we appreciate.
Thank you.
Unakuanga Tanzania bro kwani?
Wajua bwana.
Ama uko na bibi kutoka Tanzania?
Mke.
Mke.
Yes.
Uko na
different.
All right. Uko na mke kutoka Tanzania?
Nina marafiki wengi sana. Yes.
Na unajua niliona kwa hii social media.
Yes.
Walikuwa wanaonyesha kwa simu. Sijui kama nyinyi mna, na sijaona mtu wa kamera hapa. Na iko tu.
Mheshimiwa, zile kamera ziko hapa ndani. 1 2 3 4 na kuna na zingine ziko hidden, na utaona kuna jamaa utaona tu akiingia hapa ndani akikuchukua tu picha, so usijali. Yeah, but once again, thank you so much for coming, and we do appreciate your presence here. For someone who is probably, because a lot of people by they might not even understand what is the purpose of IALA, just briefly let us understand what IALA does.
The East Africa community was formed way back in 1963 by our founding fathers. That is Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, and that time Milton Obote. And their aspiration was to have one country and remove these artificial colonial boundaries that divide us, that divide the Luos of Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. Luos are in Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. Divide the Kuria of Kenya and Tanzania. Divide the Maasai of Kenya and Tanzania. By the way, part of Sangok family are actually in Tanzania.
Really?
You know, they migrated downwards. And at the end of the day, we wanted to remove those boundaries in 1963. So if I will share with you the photo that I was given by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, they were supposed to have the Federation 30 year. That was a newspaper cutting of 1963.
Wow.
From Uganda newspaper. That they were supposed to have an East African Federation in 1963.
Right.
We are more than 60 years late, but nonetheless, we are now quite on track. East Africa is almost like a country now. We have the three arms, the way you have in Kenya, of government. We have the East African Legislative Assembly, being the legislative arm. We have the East African Court of Justice, ile Nyamada Karua na Kimbianga,
right?
Which is the
the
judicial arm,
right?
We also have the East African Heads of State Summit.
That's the
which is the executive arm.
All right.
And the ministers are ministers responsible for the eight East African countries. In terms of East Africa, ours is the East African, the Ministry of East African
Community,
ASAL and Regional Development. And in Uganda, there is also a minister responsible. In all the 8 partner states, that one formed the Council of Ministers. So at the end of the day, the head of state summit, which is 8 heads of states, will elect one.
Right.
This time around, it is William Ruto, who is chairman of the head of state summit. By default, the president of the East African community, let's say still confederal government.
Right.
But we are one of the strategically placed economic bloc. One, we are sandwiched between Indian Ocean, meaning through Indian Ocean, we can do business with the Far East. That is China, India, and the other countries. We are also bordering the Gulf of Aden.
Yes.
Through Somalia, the Horn of Africa, meaning we can do business with the Middle East and the Europe. We are also adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
Through Kinshasa, meaning we can also do business with the Far West, North America and South America. Right. So literally, we are at the center of the world.
Yeah.
Again, the East African economic bloc have 350 million people, 38 freshwater lakes, one of them being the biggest freshwater lake in the world, that is Lake Victoria.
Yes.
One of them being the deepest lake in the world, Lake Tanganyika. We are also blessed to have the largest and the second largest water towers in Africa, the Congo Belt and the Mao Ranges respectively. We are also blessed to have the highest mountain and the second highest mountain in Africa, that is Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya respectively. We are also blessed to have 6,500 kilometers of coastline. Imagine stretching from the Horn of Africa through Mogadishu, through Lamu, Malindi, Mombasa, Taga, all the way Dar es Salaam, and a stretch of 40 kilometers bordering Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
So economically, we can really say that we can rule the world if we unite. We have also the longest river in the world, River Nile.
Yeah.
Yes, from Jinja. we have our land, which is 1.4 billion acres.
Yeah.
Is all arable. By the way, our population is 350 million people. America, United States of America, is 330 million. So we surpass, in terms of the potential market, America by 20 million.
But Mheshimiwa, interesting now that you've mentioned that particular point, and our value in terms of population, you're saying is that much, but do we have the same purchasing power as our American brothers and sisters?
Yeah, in fact, that is what I'm coming to. You know, when His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we sat with him. I've been to his farms, and we agree with each other because both of us are Pan-African, and we agreed what actually did not enable us to unite as a federation is because of this mistrust between the partner states, because the treaty talk of 4 pillars: custom union, which we have achieved so far. As you know, you have a passport, Muga have a passport, and it is East African passport, issued in Kenya. It's just like your national ID. You have a national ID issued in Bugoma. Mine is issued in Narok, but it is a Kenyan national ID. An East African passport, either issued in DRC or issued in Republic of South Sudan, that is just, but it is an East Africa. So all of us have become, in terms of custom union, united as East Africans. The other thing is the common market. Goods are moving freely. We have one stop border post, which seamless movement of goods and services from one region to another one. The same movement of goods and services, we have the Higher Education Commission of East Africa, USEA, which deal with trying to harmonize our degree courses so that our graduates can transfer their services from one country to another. Now, the problem came in the monetary union. Monetary union is supposed to give us a single currency, an East African pesa, because we already have a roadmap. In 2032, we'll have an East African pesa. 2032.
We shall have one currency.
One currency called East African pesa. That will be stronger than the dollar and the pound combined. You know, what we are doing now is trying to harmonize. You can imagine.
Yes.
The Kenya shillings is exchanging to the dollar at 128.
Yes.
But the Uganda shilling is exchanging to the dollar at 3,000 and something. So you can imagine harmonizing. So that is the roadmap that we have already drawn. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni informed me that the mistrust come because of probably countries losing their sovereignty. When we have a federal government. You know, a federal government is like now the Kenya national government is a federal government, and the county governments are surely just like the usual county councils, you know.
Right.
The governors are just, because they cannot have bilateral talks with any other country, you know, they depend on budgetary allocation from the national government. So autonomy is literally not there.
Okay.
Councillors, MCAs are all the same. They are performing almost the same duties. But when you have so Yoweri Museveni directed us to amend the treaty so that we don't go for a federation first, we go to a confederation. A confederation is like the European Union.
Okay.
The European Union, all countries are one. They have a single currency, but you don't even know the president of the European Union. But you know the president of Spain.
Yeah.
You know the president of Portugal. You know the president of Germany.
Right.
You know, so that no country loses their sovereignty
and their identity.
Yeah, an identity.
Right.
We are going for the East African Confederation, where probably we'll name the head of the East Africa as a governor or a chancellor, the East African chancellor, you know.
Yes.
And then we have one central bank, probably put in one of our partner states.
Right.
And then we'll have one army, we'll have a single currency. Then if it work out, because ours, it will definitely work out, because the Maasai in Kenya and Maasai in Tanzania will definitely not fear losing their identity if they are called East African. The laws of Kenya, the laws of Tanzania, they will not. So we will now go for the federation after the confederation. We'll see the confederation maybe for 10 years. If it works well, then we move to federation. So we have the roadmap. And I can assure you, with the 8 partner states, we'll soon admit Ethiopia and Sudan.
Right.
Because we already have the Republic of South Sudan. Then
for a layman like myself, perhaps, and many others who are listening, there's a report that came sometime this week, or I think it was maybe late last week, where the Kenyan passport has lost its power, and City was trying to explain to me what that is all about in terms of the number of countries that the Kenyan passport can in terms of access, what countries I can access. If we take over, if we rather come together with our brothers in Uganda and Tanzania, and perhaps, I don't know whether their passports are stronger than ours, but like the Ugandan passport, assuming it's not as strong as ours, then now we come together as a confederation or even a federation later in life. What will happen now to our passport collectively? Because won't we be importing some of the problems or some of the issues or some of the negatives that those countries have, and now make them part of our problem as well?
Probably you are talking in terms of currency, but in terms of passports, we are doing away with individual country passport. I've told you, it is actually the East African passport issued either in Uganda and in Kenya. You can't say your national ID is stronger because you come from maybe Kiambu, and mine because I come from Narok, it is weaker. This is one passport. In fact, just look at your passport. If you have taken the new generation passport that
I have the new one.
Yes, it is actually the East African passport. So we don't have individual country passport. Surely our aspiration, as I have told you, is to have that confederation. Once we have that confederation with a single army, with a single currency, it is only the issue of currency that is now, because some currencies are too weak, some are too strong. But we have experts. We have the Statistics Bureau of East Africa. We have all of them that are working on towards having a central bank with a single currency.
So to harmonize even the strength of the currency.
Yes. So that when we have the East African pesa, we will do away with the Kenya shillings, the Ugandan shillings, and the Rwandan francs, and the
Burundi
Republic of South Sudan pounds, and the Burundian dollars. So we will do away with all of them, and the franco from DRC. But I think we are also, in terms of what we see in future, is the United States of Africa.
Okay.
After independence also, most African states came in the under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism. Unite Africa into the United States of Africa. And it will be the superpower. I dream of having that nation. I'm telling you, we have all the resources. In terms of underground resources, in terms of human resource. Africa may not be good in producing phones, cars like Toyota made in Japan, Mercedes made in Germany, those machines. But we are really a factory of human beings. We produce children like nobody's business. So in terms of human resource, we are also very strong. And the world is only ruled by human resource and underground resources. So we are blessed on that. And also in terms of the climate, we are the best climatic region. So after independence, there was Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah's school of thought was we bring all the countries, 54 countries of Africa together, they sign a treaty and have the United States of Africa. And you know how difficult it is to bring 54 kings on the table. It will be ngumzo mtani, itakuwa kubishana, kuzozana. It was so difficult.
And not forgetting the ninis within those countries, the oppositions within those countries.
Not even the opposition, the linguistic. Some speaking Arabic, some French, some Swahili,
Portuguese,
some Portuguese, some even don't know where they belong.
But the biggest influence really for a long time, and probably still are the colonial masters of these nations. Because an independent Africa equals a net loss for them.
Yes.
And they would do everything within their means to ensure that that does not happen.
Exactly. So and that's what they did. Now, when Kwame Nkrumah suggested bringing 54 African sort of states together on the table to agree, they were supported by the colonial masters because they knew it was very difficult. But then, and I apologize, I went the day before yesterday to the home of the late Julius Nyerere. And in Butiama, on a meeting that was there, I apologize on behalf of all the African states to the late Julius Nyerere. Because Julius Nyerere had a very good suggestion. His school of thought was that let us have regional economic blocks that will eventually become the building blocks of the United States of Africa. Let us empower East African community economic bloc. Let us enrich it. Let us enlarge it. It was 3 countries. Now it is 8 countries. We tend to have 15 countries. Let us have IGAD. Let us have SADC as regional blocks. And then bringing 3 or a maximum 5 kings to the table.
Yes.
It will be easier to agree in terms of which language you will be using, in terms of which currency you will be using, in terms of which will be our national religion, or which will be our culture, because the IGAD, that is the North American, the North African, are actually mostly Arabic,
right,
region. They speak almost the same language. They can agree with each other.
Yes.
In East Africa already, we have adapted Kiswahili, which is also adapted in Africa. Swahili is now taught in all African states because eventually we'll adapt Kiswahili as the official language of the United States of Africa. So I think Julius Nyerere, if we had agreed with Julius Nyerere in 1963,
right,
we will now be having the United States of Africa. But now that we have gone back to his school of thought,
yes,
and left the Kwame Nkrumah school of thought,
yes,
of building stronger economic blocks.
Yeah.
That is why we have increased from 3 countries to 8 countries, the East African Community Economic Bloc, and the rest are still just assimilating and increasing in number, so that we have 3 kings sitting on the table.
I'm interested to know more about this, Pan-African idea. A country like Eswatini, they have a king. A country like Morocco also have a king. Do you think they would agree to let go of that, that sovereignty and the power that they have, and say, you know what, I'm no longer going to be the king of Morocco. Let me, join these countries that keep on having presidents every 5 to 7 years, and then, see how it goes. Do you think that's an easy conversation to have, like with the king of Morocco?
Of course, it is not even an easy conversation for us to have a president from one community and not mine community.
Yeah.
For you, the president is good when he comes from your community. But we have always strike some balances.
Okay.
We have always tried to agree, disagree, and then we agree. So I still believe it is so easy for us to agree, just the way we agreed for the colonial boundaries to divide us, and we agreed that the Maasai of Tanzania are Maasais of Tanzania and the Maasais of Kenya are of Kenya. A family of Sangok divided by that artificial boundary, and actually they have the Tanzania national identity card, I have the Kenyan national identity card. The same way we'll agree to have the United States of Africa a national identity card. Yeah, it is so easy. Of course, there will be a few dissenting voices here and there.
Right.
But eventually, the majority will have their way. And the majority of Africans need the United States of Africa.
Right.
You know what is often forgotten by most people? That the East African community preceded the EU. even though we didn't have one currency, the currencies were convertible.
Yes.
The Kenyan shilling, the Tanzanian shilling, Ugandan shillings could work. You went to each of these countries with your shilling and it worked just as well. Okay? We had common services. We had a common postal service.
Right.
We had a common
railway
and harbors. We had a common East
African
Africa
Airways.
We had a common university.
Yes.
The University of East Africa.
Yes.
That's why you were told law was in Dar es Salaam, medicine, Makerere, and so forth and so forth. It was very, very, very advanced. You will find there are very many Kenyans who will tell you that they did their secondary school in Uganda or Tanzania. Easily. At that time. It was not difficult because the curriculum was the same. So, we are actually not dealing with something that we haven't done before.
We are dealing with something that have been done.
Yes.
As he have said, I like Munga. I normally refer to him as a mobile encyclopedia when it comes to history
Actually,
and information.
Even people here will tell you Muga is always an encyclopedia.
Exactly. Mobile encyclopedia, because an encyclopedia is the one you put on the table, but this one is a moving one. So, actually, you see, like the East African Airways, the East African University, the East African Railway. It is so easy also to have the African Airways, the African Railway. At the moment, we are actually amending our laws and the treaty to have one airspace, that an aeroplane landing
from anywhere in the world.
Yes. If it land in Uganda, if it is Kenya Airways, it is a local, it's treated as a local airline. And I have actually sponsored 2 bills that are very important, and that is what attracted Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I kept on referring to him because he is also another very intelligent African leader.
All right.
An African leader that is actually a real Pan-African who need the United States of Africa like yesterday. So I had a bill on use of local currency in inter-country trade. You can imagine today, my dear friend.
Yes.
You want to buy maize from Uganda. Now you are a Kenyan. You first of all convert the Kenya shillings into dollar at a fee.
Yes.
And then when you are in Uganda, the farmers there don't know the dollars. So you have to change the dollars into Uganda shillings at a fee. Pilipili sio ila ya kuashia nini. The Americans here are not the buyers. They are not the sellers. Pilipili wasio ila ya washia nini. But they get, if it is 5% per every transaction,
right,
2 times they'll get 10%. So the trade between Kenya and Uganda, if it is 1 trillion, 10% of 1 trillion is 100 billion going to American, and hakuna bahali wamefanya kazi.
Hawajanunua mahindi, hawajatuzia mahindi.
Hawajapanda, hawajalima. Hawajaweka mbolea, hawajafanya nini.
But wamepata.
Imagine if I want to buy a cow from my own relative
in Tanzania.
I have to convert the Kenya shillings into dollar at a fee, and then I go to my family in Tanzania, convert first of all the dollar into the Tanzanian shillings and pay them and bring the cow. Sasa hii Amerika wamepata pesa. Hawajapatia dawa ya minyoo, hawajalisha ng'ombe, hawajapatia chumvi, hawajachunga,
hawajapambana na simba.
Huko my friend. So my bill was, it is unfortunate that here in Nairobi, Google and whatever these hotels, they will tell you their prices in dollars. Go to America and ask them in New York to give you the price of our hotel
in shillings,
in Kenya shillings. We are still under what we call political, socio-economic neocolonialism. We are not free. We are not free at all. So my bill was, if you are buying maize from Uganda, let the Ugandan either accept the Uganda shillings or the Kenya shillings. Period. And it will be a law. Let the American change their dollars at the airport and transact in Kenya shillings throughout Kenya. Let the Japanese when they are selling to me the Toyota, either accept the Japanese yen or the Kenya shillings. But let them not tell me about the dollar, because when I need to use the dollar, I'll buy something from America.
True story.
And then, secondly, the other bill was a bill on, in fact, there were actually three. The bill on blue economy. You know, our forefathers used to use water transport. Water transport is the safest, the cheapest, and the most convenient. But because of political, socio-economic neocolonialism, we were removed from using the blue economy because it will have empowered us economically. And for them to continue ruling us, we had to remain poor. So they tell us, use roads, super highways and expressways and rails, you know, because at the end of the day, we will ask money from them to build and to maintain those roads. So we continue being financially dependent on them. Either the IMF, what is the meaning of IMF? The National Mother and Father. No. In the National Monetary Fund. You see, we continue depending on them. We continue depending on the Chinese. But if we were using water transport, let me take an example of Lake Victoria. If you are in Kisumu, you can easily move to 7 cities: Mwanza, Homa Bay, Jinja, Entebbe, Kampala. 7 cities without the need of a road, constructing that road and maintaining that road. But do you use that water transport? And you know it is the safest. If you Google one
atuna ferries inaenda across the
wapi. If you Google,
no, the ferries move, for instance, in a place in Siaya County called Luanda Kotieno, and it goes to Mbita, which is now in Homa Bay County. There are water buses. Again, historically, we had ships that plied those waters, would go to Kindu, Homa Bay, then Mwanza, Jinja, meaning it traveled around East Africa, and then there were even cargo ships that could actually take in, unajua tunaita bogi, reli. These ships had rails built into them, so all that was required with your goods when it reaches Lake Victoria, it just shunted into several of them,
the ship,
yes, and it goes to the other side. Meaning, what Mheshimiwa is saying is something that we've actually experienced before. I'm going back into history.
Yes,
this is not new.
And you can imagine, if you Google, one large ship that can transport 1,000 people will cost 150 million Kenya shillings. For you to transport 1,000 people in buses, you need 33 buses, and you need a road that will be maintained. You need 33 drivers. You need 33 engines. You need 33 carbon emissions. You know, vis-a-vis one ship that will carry all of them with one driver, that is the captain. Yes, and with one cap engine
and one conductor,
and probably one conductor, and in a very short distance. And in a place where they will not block the roads because the ships have been knocked down by a Prado. They will not block the road because the NCs are demonstrating. They will not go at the rally. You know, you cannot go at the waters of Lake Victoria. I can also give you another transport corridor using water. From Kisumu to Juba in the Republic of South Sudan. That is a distance of 3,900 kilometers. You don't need a highway through River Nile. From Kivu, all the way to Kinshasa, to the Atlantic Ocean. You really don't need a road there, because the River Congo, 4,900 kilometers. Now tell me, how much is it to construct a highway of 4,900 kilometers? How much is it to maintain all the cars that are carrying 2 people, 3 people, while you can have a huge ferry that can carry even your own car? You can imagine us constructing a road from Mombasa all the way to Lamu, instead of having a huge ferry, you'll get into it with your car. Come to Mombasa, travel with your car, finish your business, enter the ferry with your car, go to Lamu, go to Mogadishu, go to Dar es Salaam. But the European, the Western powers, the colonizers, have colonized our brain and our thinking, so that we continue asking for money to construct those roads, and after construction, they need annually maintenance. So we continue begging. So we become professional beggars. There is the last bill that is also mine.
Okay.
All of them are my sponsored, private member sponsored bill.
Okay.
That deal with what we call capital intensive investment and labor intensive investment. My brother, if you are poor, accept where you are.
Okay.
Invest in human capital. Yes, labor intensive. Use your ability, either your brain,
use your strength,
your hands.
Tumia ugali
na utumie brain yako na utumie nini. When I used to have when I opened my private clinics, I was very poor, so I did not go on opening a big hospital, employing so many people, because they need money. So I use my professional skills and myself being the consultant there, sitting there, waiting for the clients and treating them. So every day at 7:30 I must be in the clinic. I'm on call 24 hours. Nikipigiwa simu natoka kwenda kutibu mgonjwa, kwa sababu I was using my own self as a capital. You see, and in using that, African, because they are blessed with human beings, we can easily jumpstart our economies. But because they know the political, social, economic neo-colonizers, they know that. So what they do is to divert our education system towards capital intensive. So you end up now needing money to invest. There was an alternative. Instead of me sitting there, I will have taken a loan so that I will be able to start a clinic and pay people. You see? So what I have done is to try and see investment in Africa which can be labor intensive. One of them is the leather industry, the timber industry. So already I have a bill, and soon I will have a bill on timber industry. We have a bill on
labor,
on leather industry,
leather, okay,
which uses more labor than actually capital, because our forefathers used to have a cloth of
skin.
They used to have shoes of skin. So it's just improving on those skills, and we'll have without necessarily needing capital to start very huge factories. In East Africa, we slaughter 11 million cattle. Ng'ombe tu peke yake. 4 million die because of drought and diseases. That's a total of 15 million. Each hide of a cow can give you 20 pairs of shoes. So that is approximately 300 million pairs of shoes. So East Africa should be a net exporter of shoes, not an importer. But unfortunately, we are importing into East Africa 91 million pairs of shoes.
This is now what, annually?
Annually.
Okay.
You can imagine how many school-going children are in East Africa. There's a small policy that all must wear leather shoes from
primary,
made in East Africa. Yes. So that any school-going kid should not wear foreign leather shoes. And simple. We have started our industry, and all these, like our Songoro leather factory, will become huge. It will employ so many people, and later on, as the Kenya now government start charging in terms of taxes, pay as you earn, or taxes direct to the factory, they will have money to construct roads. You can imagine, we have the largest water tower and the second largest water tower in Africa. But where do we import our furnitures? From Dubai. Which forest is in Dubai?
It's a desert.
What do you need for a factory of furniture? A hammer, nails, and a saw, probably a clamp and a chisel. You know, before I went to the university, I actually trained as a carpenter. So I'm a qualified carpenter. And all the chairs in my house and in my hotel, I make them when I'm on recess. Just sit down with a few characters there and we make them.
Mheshimiwa, on that matter of trade, tulisoma hapa kwa gazeti a few weeks ago that there's a time Tanzania decided that they wouldn't have Kenyans doing certain jobs, and I don't know if it was just Kenyans alone, but perhaps even members of other foreign countries. They were not allowed to do things like repair phones. I'm forgetting some of the things that they said that they wouldn't do. Isn't that killing the spirit of Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki?
Even when the child start crawling, when they start walking, they'll have to fall several times. Even when you started maybe learning how to cycle, because most of you in urban areas started trying to ride bicycles.
Yes.
And I know you had some injuries even.
For sure. I have scars.
Scars to show for it. So we will also have some scars to show for us growing up into the East African Confederation. So those are just some little hiccups, but temporary. But nonetheless, without being prejudicing in anything, the United Republic of Tanzania is on a campaign mode. And for me, as a politician,
yes,
for me to be able to win the support of a category of people, I have to first of all create an imaginary enemies and become their savior. And then in that they will love me, they will vote for me, their lives will depend on me. We have done that one in Kenya. You know, there was a time we had what we call Kamatusa, Kalenjin, Maasais, Samburu and Turkana Association, who are the enemies. They said it is the Luo Nyanza that is the enemy, it's the Mount Kenya that is the enemy. And then we all thought Moi is our defender. So we all loved Moi, and he became the kingpin of Rift Valley. You know, so the same is repeating itself. Mount Kenya is being told that you have enemies. You know, we create imaginary enemies. You know, you are told you have enemies from Rift Valley.
Yep.
And you are from Mount Kenya. And unfortunately, your daughter is married in
Rift Valley.
Rift Valley. By the same person you are being told is an enemy. He carries your blood. But you agree. So in politics, that is just, you know, since they are in the campaign mode, we understand they have to create imaginary enemies, become their defenders, and then they vote for them, and then later on, the hiccup, that is why he said it's temporary,
yes,
will end. Once they are in office, we'll continue with our journey towards the East African Confederation.
You see, what we lost when we killed the East African community as we knew it, was that brotherhood. Kenya has not had the sort of upheavals that Uganda had, or Ethiopia, or Somalia. Tanzania hasn't really had an upheaval, but their system of government was such that they could not grow as we did with the free market economy. Now the advantage we had, unfortunately, gave the Kenyan human resource a huge advantage over its neighbors. So you would find, for instance, some of these multinational banks which are in these countries, they'd be headed by Kenyans.
Yes.
If you looked at the service industry, the hotels and so forth, many of the people who headed them again were Kenyans. But you see, we had a college that actually trained people in this. What am I saying? If you look at even the military, we've had a college which has now moved on to a university where people from Africa, the only other two countries in Africa that have the same level of what you call the which was the National Defense College, which is now National Defense University, is Egypt and South Africa. People came to Kenya. So it was an advantage. But what was said of Kenyans, we took the aggressive business tendencies that we understand among each other. Yes, to countries that were not accustomed to it.
And you know, I've said and I will still repeat, it's a Nobel encyclopedia. And if we had people like him reasoning in that way, I wish we will close so that the other East African countries will not listen to this. If we had people like him, they will understand that Kenya actually benefit more than any other country. And people like the Mother Karua, the Boniface Mwangi, who interferes with the sovereignty of each country, should actually be condemned by Kenyans, not even the other countries.
But
because how many Kenya Airways flights fly into Tanzania as far as the Tanzanian flights flying into Kenya? In fact, in DRC, we have almost 4 flights of Kenya Airways weekly, and we have none from DRC.
Talk about West Africa.
We have those which fly to Burundi, and we don't have a Burundian airlines, so there is none that fly from there. We have 7 annual weekly.
Okay.
We have several. KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, is the only bank within the East African Community headquarter. The house that house the 3 arms of government of East Africa.
Right.
The bank, their
bank is KCB. All our salaries
zinalipwa na KCB.
So you can imagine that Equity is in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi.
You know, you're right, Mheshimiwa.
DRC.
I was in Barara some years ago. Shock on me. There was Nakumat, there was Equity, there was KCB. You know, I looked and I said, wait a moment.
I've taken Brookside milk in Kigali, Rwanda.
And yet, they produce milk, very high quality milk.
Yes.
Uganda produces milk. You see, we didn't see that dominance, and we forgot that, for instance, Uganda are our biggest local trading partner.
So we kept on saying Uganda is landlocked, Rwanda is they depend on us, we depend on them. The only reciprocation we can do to them is to respect their sovereignty, their constitution, for the sake of our Kenyan brothers and sisters working, investing, and having huge investment in those countries.
Right.
In fact, you know, even if we are in East Africa, we still have Kenya being governed by the Kenyan constitution. Until that time, when we have the political union, which will have the East African Confederation under one government, we still have sovereignty of each individual states. What Moi was doing with the constitution of Kenya at that time was allowed by the constitution. We did not have term limit of a president. That is why he was in 24 years. In Tanzania, the constitution is very clear. Whatever they are doing, they are actually given those powers by their constitution. In Uganda, there is the constitution. They still don't have term limits like Kenya and Tanzania. We can't interfere with those ones. We can't export our activism across borders. You know, because you are the worst enemy of Kenya. You are not the enemy of
Uganda,
United Republic of Tanzania. You are not the enemy of Uganda. Yeah, all of a sudden, some activists, whom I call actually they are from evil societies, not civil societies, because they have their paymasters. They are foreign paymasters. The ones that are actually the political, socio-economic neo-colonizers, manipulating them. And all of a sudden, you have a Kenyan receiving a salary from Europe, going to become the defender of BCG. You think there is no Ugandans there? Have you defended yourself here? You know?
Okay.
Read your constitution. Understand your constitution. Do whatever is done as per your constitution within the borders. If you cross the borders, respect that constitution and live as by that constitution of that country. If you go to Rome, do what Romans do. Yes? Imagine that somebody saying that he is going to represent or he is going to the court session that is happening in Dar es Salaam or in United Republic of Tanzania. Surely leo wewe ukipiga bibi hapa Uganda noanze yatikuja atikusikiza kesi yako, wanasikiza wakisema nini? Surely tukue na heshima bana. Tukue na heshima. Na kama amheshimu rais wenyu, wale wanaheshimu rais wao. Relax. Do your activism within the borders. That time we will have the East African Confederation as a state. You will have all the freedom to go to wherever you want to go with your activism. That day we will have the United States of Africa. Please, you will even go to Tripoli and Libya and perform your activism. But before that,
wacha jirani achape bibi yake.
Wewe sikiza nduru na wewe ukichapwa pia asikize nduru yako.
Since the analogy is that of watu ambao
chapa bibi.
Mabibi. Tanzania have the activists, Uganda the activists. But now we think of a confederation of East Africa. They also have a confederation of activists. So
we are thinking. We are thinking. The catchword. We still don't have.
We are thinking.
Continue thinking in your house. Continue thinking in Kenya.
Unajua, I am simply saying that people who have a certain line of thinking, like the activists.
No, we cannot allow.
I am trying to tell you, they don't have those borders. Let me say it clearly so that you understand. As far as they are concerned, the issues that their fellow activists have in those countries are their issues. That is how they think.
That is not how they think. That is how their paymasters think. That is how the political, socio-economic neo-colonizers of Africa think and make them to think and interfere with. Yes. If today, courtesy of us interfering with each other country,
right,
we fail to unite, it is for the happiness of who?
Perhaps the purported or alleged paymasters.
That is it. So they are actually assisting them to achieve what they want. Because who actually gave us these artificial colonial boundaries? Our former colonizers. Who is paying them? Our former colonizers. That is where the civil societies originated from. And then today, if we interfere with Uganda, if you interfere with the United Republic of Tanzania, what do they say? We cannot unite with this country because it is interfering into our internal affairs. And then once they say that, then those who actually originated during the Berlin conference of 18, I don't remember. I remember
1886.
1886. 86.
No, 1886. Yes, 1886. They talk about the Berlin conference that divided Africa.
Yes.
Yes.
So those who divided, if you try to unite, they'll work day and night
to ensure
to make sure that what they did remain.
Okay.
The squatters remain, and that is what they are doing. So I urge Kenyans, please, you are free to do your activism as per the Kenya Constitution within our borders.
Right.
Outside our borders, you are an enemy of Kenyans.
Okay.
You are an enemy of Equity that is in Tanzania. You are an enemy of KCB that is in Tanzania. Because hao watu wakifukuzwa huko kwa sababu Wakenya wanawaingilia, itakuwa wewe ndio umeharibu. We have no big company from Tanzania that will chase from here. We have no big company from Rwanda that will chase from here. We have no airlines from DRC that will stop them flying into here and earning money and making profit. Surely let us be reasonable sometimes. Sio kwenda tu kwenda tu ndio wanakani.
Kaka mheshimiwa, hao wamekukera kidogo.
Mimi wajanikera, lakini
kuna mahali kuna live wao wameguza.
No, I'm an East Africa.
Yeah.
But before I became an East Africa, I'm a Kenyan. When I see Brookside performing very well in Rwanda, I feel happy. I use the Rwandanese franc to buy Brookside milk. That I may even think that milk may have been milked from my own cow. You know, when I see Equity, you know, some of you don't know how Equity started. You know, Equity started on a corridor opposite Nairobi University when I was the sole president of the student organization of Nairobi University. And then Professor Francis Kishaka, he actually suspected me, but he's a friend because he's a good guy.
Wanasema mavi ya kale hayanuki.
He actually gave Equity Bank that power to be the one paying 4,000 staff of Nairobi University. I remember the staff complaining that they were paid through Bankless Bank, but they have migrated their pay to Equity, which is just in a corridor. So I asked them, because they wanted us to demonstrate, yes, so that they be reverted to Bankless. I asked them 3 questions. One, how much is Equity charging vis-a-vis how much is Bankless charging? Which is one is higher? You answer that question. 2, who is the owner of Bankless? Who is the owner of Equity? 3, which bank is closer to you? Answer those 3 questions. By the way, the owner of Equity is known. The owner of Bankless is unknown. Equity was a corridor across the road opposite Central Police Station. So it was nearer than the nearest Bankless branch. Third, Equity was charging less in terms of every transaction.
Yes.
But because of this neo-colonism, you know, so I said I will not lead a demonstration against Equity. Francis Kishaga was my enemy that time, but an enemy who have done good.
Mheshimiwa, I want to take a short break.
Those people are not enemies, and they have not kanyanga me somewhere wrong. They have done wrong.
Mheshimiwa, let's take a short break. When we return, we shall have a time maybe at a different day to talk about this activism that we're seeing in our country and perhaps even in other countries. But tukirudi, I want us to focus on some of the weaknesses also we have as a jumuiya, and how long it might take for us to realize the true spirit of East Africa. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government is pushing Parliament to lift the freeze on new power purchase agreements, a movement to allow Kenya Power to bring in additional electricity plants and cushion the country from possible supply crisis. Energy Principal Secretary Alex Washira said the ministry and the National Assembly's Energy Committee have already reached a consensus on the matter, with MPs expected to debate and adopt the committee's report once Parliament resumes next week. Washira also added that Kenya is getting into the second phase of nuclear power development, with the country seeking to have nuclear power into the grid by 2034.
In fact, we're getting into the second phase on nuclear power development. We want to have nuclear power into the grid by 2034. We are just about to make a declaration on who is going to be the owner operator, because now that is the next conversation we must have. Is it going to be KenGen? Because Energy Act 2019 does stipulate that the cabinet minister must declare who is going to be the owner operator for Kenya now to move to the next phase. And one of the proposals is usually an existing national generator, or we convert nuclear power to be the owner operator. So that is the conversation that we are having. So in terms of plans, we are moving very well.
2 men accused of taking part in the killing of former marathon star Samson Kandie have applied for a plea bargain with the state, distancing themselves from Kandie's widow, who is also facing trial over the incident. During a court session before Justice Ruben Nyakundi, State Prosecutor Sidi Kirenge said the accused, Vincent Kiprono and Jamlik Morogit, had written to the Director of Public Prosecutions requesting to enter into the deal. The development does not involve Kandie's widow, Rose Chepkemboi, who is on trial alongside the 2 men All three had earlier denied murdering Kandie on October 2nd, 2024 at his Elgon View estate in Eldoret. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has admitted to facing financial and logistical challenges in preparing for 24 upcoming by-elections, even as it seeks to restore public confidence in its operations. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee, IBC officials revealed that while 16 by-elections have been funded to the tune of 788 million Kenya shillings, 8 others remain in limbo. The Commission's chairman, Edung Ethekon, says the 788 million shillings available is sufficient to conduct 16 by-elections, and the Commission requires another 258 million Kenya shillings to fully finance the November 27th by-elections.
The 24 by-elections will go on one day, and hopefully everything will go successfully.
We have a total of 24 by-elections. The ones that are funded are 16. And the total budget for that by-election, those 16 by-elections, 788 million. For the 8 remaining ones that have not been funded, amounts to 258 million. So in terms of total cost, we are looking at 1,046 million for the purpose of by-elections.
The U.S. broadcaster ABC has pulled late-night host Jimmy Kimmel off air indefinitely over comments he made about the shooting of right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk. A spokesperson for the Disney-owned network said in a statement that Kimmel will be preempted indefinitely. Earlier this week, Kimmel said during his show that the MAGA gang was trying to score political points off Kirk's killing. A 22-year-old suspect appeared in court on Tuesday, charged with aggravated murder over last week's shooting of the 31-year-old conservative activist. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, everything is fantastico. In studio, there's CT Mugan, myself. But most importantly, we do have our Muheshimiwa from Iala. That is Honorable David Ole Sankok, MP from the East African Legislative Assembly. Or is he from Kenya, but elected or nominated? But how does one get to the Iala? Really explain it. Because sijaona kura za Iala zikifanywa.
Unajua ni mzuri, it is also good to understand.
Yes.
Members of Parliament of Yala are actually elected members of Parliament, elected by an electoral college. In the case of East Africa, it is actually Parliament of respective countries, as we are elected by both senators and members of National Assembly.
Our Senate and our Assembly.
National Assembly, actually Parliament is the one that elected us. Because normally there are two ways of democratic elections. One is through an electoral college, just the way the President of the United States of America is actually elected. It's not a direct election from the citizen. The same with the members of East Africa Legislative Assembly. They were just elected like Trump with an electoral college. In this case, I said it is actually the Parliament of Kenya, Parliament of Burundi, Parliament of Uganda, Parliament of URT, Parliament of Republic of South Sudan, Parliament of Federal Republic of Somalia, that elected all those members of Parliament. And they elect 9 from each country.
Okay. Also, we have 9 MPs from Kenya.
From Kenya.
9 from the United Republic of Tanzania. 9 from Uganda.
That is 72 in total, because we have 8 countries. And they have to be... There is no nominated slots.
Okay.
So, people have been thinking that I was nominated to Yala. I was elected to Yala.
Okay.
And we look at the political outfits And just the way we nominate our members, depending on the political party strength in parliament, still the same way they elect based on the political party strength. So for me, I use a UDA ticket, which the Kenya Kwanza was actually allocated 5 slots. The ODM was allocated 3 slots, and Jubilee, which is the Azimio outfit, was allocated 1, meaning there are actually 4 for the Azimio
and then
5 for the Kenya Kwanza.
Okay.
So when you elect the first 5 from the Kenya Kwanza, because everybody apply, they are also independent candidate. The first 5 from the Kenya Kwanza, if they get the highest number of votes, the first 5 then are elected. The rest are not elected.
Who elects you?
The members of parliament. Okay. That is the Senate and National Assembly. So it's an electoral college. Munga, I'm elected just like Trump.
No, I know you're elected. This is for,
just like Trump.
This is for our listeners to understand.
Yes.
I know you're elected.
Do you know Trump is elected how? The president of the United States of America.
So, the collegiate vote.
For the electoral college.
Yes.
So normally, that is the one we use for members of parliament, because that is a regional assembly. For the National Assembly, or Senate, they are elected directly by the direct electorate. That is the direct votes, together with the president of Kenya.
Okay.
So we are actually elected. And so many people have been even calling me, inquiring about person with disability issues. I have been the chairman, National Council for Person with Disability. I've been a nominated member of parliament representing person with disability for how many terms?
I believe there were 2.
I
was only there for 1 term.
Really?
But because of my being active,
yes,
people normally think 3 terms, 2 terms, but I only did 5 years.
How long have you been in Yala?
Only 2 years.
No, you see, that's me in my head. You've been in that member of parliament and Yala are mixed in my head, because I know you have been a member of parliament.
So if you say 3, and then again you say in Yala 2, that is a total of 25 years.
Yes.
And I'm only 48.
Really?
So I became a member of parliament.
It's the terms I was thinking of, the terms.
So,
yes.
Actually, I've been a member of parliament in Kenya, and many people confused because of how active I was. I was actually the best performing member of parliament for 3 consecutive years in Kenya.
Yes.
But nonetheless, I'm not now the nominated member of parliament representing person with disability.
Yes.
I'm not the chairman National Council for person with disability, but I'm still a person with disability, and I'll still continue assisting person with disability.
But who took over from me in Kenya?
Yeah. That is what I am coming for. But there are those with authority, because they can summon the minister and ask them on the issues of person with disability. They can raise questions in parliament. They can have a petition to the president why the commissions does not have person with disability. So the ones who took over from me, members of National Assembly representing person with disability, is Harold Kipchumba and Bishop Jackson Koskei. The chairperson of National Council for Person with Disability is Elizabeth Chesang. So I think this one will assist person with disability now to know the right place to go for tax exemption, the right place to go and inquire about their issue.
Right.
But I'm proud that I once became the chairman National Council for Person with Disability and nominated to represent person with disability. Because I also became the chairman Nairobi University Student Association for the Disabled. Yes? The time of Kibaki. And because actually I was suspended in the University of Nairobi being the SONU president.
What did you do?
Of course, it's a long story.
Ni siasa tu.
But I was against the introduction of parallel degree program, commercialization of
that's
education.
Interesting. Why?
Yeah, I will tell you. And I still believe in that. Munga, if you want to destroy a nation, you don't need atomic bombs, you don't need nuclear bombs, you don't need any weapons. You just need to mess up with education. And that is what Moi did. Messed up with our education. First of all, remove the middle level colleges. the skills builders, went for universities, degree courses, and degree literally are supposed to be managers with nobody to manage. Today KICC is standing there. There may have been one architecture and one civil engineer, but how many masons were there? How many electricians were there? How many plumbers were there?
Mheshimiwa, there are a lot of people who made a mistake. There are a lot of people who have benefited from the parallel module 2, as it was called at the time.
That's not what he's saying.
I've finished with that one.
Yes, that's
let's go to what he's saying.
Yes. You see, the preamble to that
yes
is what happened to the education sector. Tuanze huko hata kabla tujafika hiyo mambo ya parallel.
Yes.
Remember, very many equivalent of provincial or district schools even had a technical wing to it.
Yes.
Then there were full technical secondary schools. They were known, it was a regular secondary school but technical. And then you could move on to the polytechnics. In between there were the... Now, what happened, if you remember, instead of building new schools or building some of these new institutions, all that happened was that they converted them and sort of like promoted them to do something higher. And in so doing, you extinguished a certain middle cadre of Kenyan whose expertise was very necessary in the building of the nation.
Now, China is actually built by skilled laborers, not those professional degree holders.
As is Switzerland.
Today you can have a big hospital with only one medical doctor, but there are several nurses, there are several clinical officers, there are several lab technicians, and so on. Anyway, so coming to your question, which is very relevant.
Right.
At that time, IMF gave us sanctions, and there were a crisis of funds in Kenya. Moi, unlike now William Ruto, did not increase taxes. He went for the easier route of commercializing education. So we itemized degree courses and gave a price tag to each degree course. To study medicine, you needed 600,000 Kenyan shillings
per year
annually. To study anthropology, you needed 30,000. So literally, what that does mean or translate it to, a student with a mean grade of A but have no money, the A become a C because he can only afford anthropology, which was for C students. A student with a C but with money now can afford medicine, hence that C become an A because it is less with money. Unfortunately, that person who can afford 600,000 mean he or she was also in the best secondary schools.
Okay.
But because of being a total idiot, with those good facilities, electricity, tuition, and everything, they were unable to score anything better than a C. That boy or girl who scored an A and cannot afford, most likely was in a dilapidated day secondary school. She was fetching water, or he was fetching water. They were looking after cows. They did not have tuition. They did not have electricity in their school. But because this person is a genius, still scored an A. But because hana pesa, akatumwa study anthropology. We lost the best brains in Kenya. So I told Moi, it is not possible. Moi told me, may his soul rest in peace, that is the president of Kenya. I said, I accept. You are the president of the 140 million acres of the landmass of Kenya. But I am the president of 200 acres of Nairobi University. And as far as I am the president of student organization of Nairobi University, SONU, I will not allow under my watch commercialization of education. And those parallel degree students will not study in any of our halls, will not reside in our halls of residence. We'll burn them alive. So that is why I was suspended.
Hiyo ulitafuta. na ukaipata tena utafuta na bidii.
I remember one day I slapped Kishaga, but tulisameana because I really didn't understand why a whole professor cannot understand this point. It is open. An A without money cannot be a C. A C with money cannot be an A. As simple as that.
But to be honest, Mheshimiwa, the cutoff point for medicine still remained high. It was never C.
No. Let me tell you. That is what you are saying. At that time, if you can get the KTN talk show of that time, we actually argued with Professor Kishaga on that show. And I predicted a few things. One of them, now that we are selling degrees, we have to get customers. How do you get customers for these degrees? Our Education Act says that C+ and above will pursue degrees. So we'll have as many people as possible, potential customers, getting C+. So there will be leakages in all our schools. And that is what happened.
Mheshimiwa,
one school was getting 300 A's. Surely.
Which statistically is an impossibility.
Exactly.
So you can't have more people having A's than those having C's.
Imagine.
No.
Because these degrees were being sold. If today you come to my hotel and you want Fanta, soda, and I don't have, I will rush to all the shops around and get it for you. These people came buying degrees. They must get the degrees. I also predicted that these people did not actually get A's. They have artificial A's. They were C students. But because of this leakage, they have come to the university. What will you do to them for them to be able to get this degree? They cannot. So you have to change subjects into degrees so that it will be easier for them at least to pass. Because their brain cannot actually accommodate a whole degree course.
So did they change the curriculum to suit certain people?
My friend, where do we have Bachelor of Criminology? After graduation, you become a criminal. What? That is a study unit.
You're saying that there are some units, or rather some degree courses that were invented.
They are actually subjects.
So that we can have.
I'm giving you an example of a
products.
Yes,
but that is what you call specialization.
No, you cannot specialize in an undergraduate degree.
No.
So
you start with a general degree in criminology.
Bachelor of Criminology. No, it is not forensic. It is not Master of Criminology. That's where you go wrong. It is actually a bachelor's degree in criminology. You start studying it. You apply for it.
Yes.
Now, that is a study unit for those training to be police officers, so that when they identify the criminal, they can arrest the criminal.
Okay.
It is for a study unit for those who are pursuing law, so that when they become lawyers and advocates and admitted to the bar, they can easily psychologically know this is a criminal and this lying or this saying the truth. It is also a study unit for those lawyers who will eventually become judges, so that in their judgment they can make the correct judgment. But you are Form 4 student going to study degree in criminology and then go to the streets to arrest who, to judge who. He is now a bachelor of degree in criminology holder. So what will he do with the criminals?
Send the police recruitment.
And then it should be after, and then it should be a study unit in Kiganjo.
Okay.
And then things like bachelor in tour guiding, surely. Mzungu ametoka America 10,000 kilometers away kuja kuangalia wanyama, ati wewe ndio unaambia simba iko hapa. Hao Wamasai wanafanya kazi gani? Wenye wameishi na hiyo masimba throughout their life. Actually, that is where we had a beef with Moi. I also predicted that under the hands of these degree holders who came through leakage and being half-baked engineers, building will be collapsing. I also predicted there will be two types of health services. One, outside the country. Two, herbal medicine. That time even there was no Makini herbal clinics. It was in 2000. I told them in 10 years, we'll have doctors who have graduated after spending more than 5 million. They'll have to get the return in their investment. Munga cannot come there coughing, probably with TB, and then I charge him consultation fee at 200 shillings. Yet I spend 5 million to get my degree. I must get the return in my investment. So consultation fee became so high. And since these people are not even competent, the rich will see their incompetency, and since they have the money, they will fly out for medical tourism in places like India. Whose the best university is number 700, yet Nairobi University is number 172 in the world in the training of medicine. So we are far away from them, far ahead of them. And then the poor, who cannot afford these medical services that people are trying to get, the doctors are trying to get the return in their investment, will now go to the cheaper option, which is herbal medicine. And surely in 10 years, there were mushrooming of herbal clinics that culminated to Loliondo. And today, most of our rich are being flown out.
All right, so I'd like us to get into a little bit of local politics, but before we do that, let me just read a few comments here. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Wafula team. Wafula team is saying Tanzania is the stumbling block in the East Africa community integration, loudly preferring to belong to SADC. Why not allow them to withdraw and move the EAC HQ to Kigali or Kampala? Daktari, sorry, Mheshimiwa, how right or wrong is Wafula?
Let me first of all, because there is something that we've forgotten. I told you from the beginning,
yes,
that I'm proudly that I was once a person with disability, a leader. It is only because I told you I was a leader in the university during the time of Kibaki that we went when Kibaki came in. Because after I was suspended, when Kibaki came in as a president, two things happened to my advantage. One, an enemy of your enemy is your friend. So since all of us were enemies to Moi, we were friends by default. Another thing is that he became a person with disability. He was actually pushed to the swearing ground in Uhuru Park.
I remember
using a wheelchair. And then
I saw what he was trying to do there.
And then he once told Mudaura,
yes,
wapi ile kiweta alifukuzwa Nairobi University na alikuwa na pursue medicine. Tafadhali rudisha yeye na wenzake. That is how we got government amnesty, including Kina Omar, who was suspended from Moi University, including Irungu Kangata, who was my vice president at that time. So we came back. And then we talked with Kibaki a few days on issues of person with disability, which gave birth to the Person with Disability Act of Parliament of 2003. Session paper number 14.
Okay.
And then when I became the chairman of National Council for Persons with Disability, I used persuasion. I used indirect budgeting to get benefits for persons with disability. Today, persons with disability don't pay taxes in Kenya. Today, persons with disability import vehicle duty free. Today, Kenya Sign Language is the third official language in Kenya, examinable by the Kenya National Examination Council. Today, we have a study unit in the training of architects and civil engineers in disability accessibility, so that buildings can be made accessible to persons with disability. Today, every board of management of even a primary school, secondary school, nursery school must have a representative of persons with disability, in the spirit of nothing about us without us. Today, most independent commission, when I left, Ngek used to have a blind person, Dr. Chomba. Ombudsman, the Commission on Administrative Justice, used to have a deaf person representing us, called Dr. Washington Opio. You know, the list is so long. Today, even county assembly are supposed to have an MCA, a woman and a man, representing person with disability. National Assembly, the same. So for me, the achievement I achieved during my tenure as the chairman National Council for Persons with Disability and a member of Parliament representing person with disability, I can say that I'm happy. I have gone out of the disability advocacy world.
Yes.
When my head is high, all thanks to President Kibaki and President Uhuru Kenyatta.
All right.
Uhuru Kenyatta used to listen to me. I gave him a story one day that, you know, we're going to address the media. So I pretended my crutches have broken. So I have to crawl to.
You pretend
to address. Yeah, to address the media.
Yes.
So Uhuru told me, no, utaniaibisha. Nikamwambia, no, I told you we are buying our legs. So allow person with disability not to pay taxes so that they can use the taxes to buy their legs. And that was a presidential directive. So I can tell you, we thank all those who listen to me. Now for person with disability, all that we have achieved, especially together with the Honorable Dr. Maura, now we have exited the stage. And those who are there, I think they are vocal enough. Elizabeth Chesang as the chairperson of person with disability, Bishop Jackson Koskei and Harold Kipchumba are now your new representative. Please assist them to achieve more for person with disability.
And we shall.
We are going now to the question of East Africa.
Yes.
Allow URT to exit. What was the name of the guy?
That is Wafula team.
Wafula, I think it is not you speaking. It is the political, socio-economic neo-colonizers speaking through you that they should actually exit instead of uniting. Because that is their intention. They want us not to unite. For me, they branded us as a dark continent. When I went to the East Africa, we were admitting DRC. We were also admitting Somalia. And the same Kenyans who the colonial masters are speaking through them, they told us the dark side of DRC. But I told them the bright side of DRC. I told them the Congo River, which is in DRC,
yes,
is the 7th largest river in the world in terms of water volume. The Congo Belt is one of the largest water tower and forests in Africa. I told them DRC have gold, have petroleum. I told them there's the brighter side.
Which mineral does it not have?
Not the dark side of DRC.
Yes.
They also told me about the dark side of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I told them the coastline that they have can get us so many harbors and ports that we can do business all over the world. You know, they border Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Eden. Literally, when we access the ocean, we are better off. You know, I can't see the civil war that is happening there because they branded us as a dark continent. Justice that I can do to myself is not to see the dark side of myself, to see the brighter side of itself. So Wafula, please see the businesses, the Kenya Commercial Bank in Arusha, see Equity Bank in Dar es Salaam.
Yes.
Don't see some little
problem here and there. Mesh, there's this issue that Kenya has faced since last year, the Gen Z uprising.
Yes.
And we saw also Uganda attempted something similar. The Gen Zs in Uganda, shortly after Kenya, theirs didn't really.
Even Nepal.
Now we are seeing what is happening in Nepal. Do you think that that population of young people is going to make significant strides towards making or breaking of an East Africa community, and more so the local politics here in Kenya?
You say the uprising, Gen Z uprising. What difference does it have with the Majimaji uprising, the Nandi uprising? You know, literally, they will always be uprising, and it is the duty of those in leadership to listen to what the people want, because people are not goats and sheep. They are not cows that you can say today they will migrate to Tanzania whether they like it or not. The people have their brain the way you have. Just having an opportunity to lead them does not give you the authority to intimidate, to crush their aspirations, and to be a demigod. So for me, the onus is on us leaders to listen to these young men and women. What do they want? And I can tell you, and I will say it and I will repeat it. The voice of the people is the voice of God. When we got independence, the African state got independent. The Belgium, the Britons, all of them did not vacate Africa because of the weapons that we had. No. They had sophisticated weapons more than us. The Mau had some rusted punkers. They did not fear those rusted punkers. They did not fear our spears because they have the atomic bombs. They listen to the voice of the people because the voice of the people is the voice of God. President Moi amended Section 2A of our Constitution, not because he feared Matiba and Odinga. He had sacked Odinga as Njaramogi Odinga as the vice president. He or forced him to resign. He had jailed Matiba, so he did not fear them. He listened to the voice of the people because the voice of the people is the voice of God, and that's why he amended Section 2A, whether he liked it or not. Kibaki, even before we go to Kibaki, Moi did not want Kibaki. He had his project Uhuru. But under face of a lot of enmity, he walked to Uhuru Park to hand over power to a disabled person on a wheelchair. Not because he feared Kibaki. He had already sacked Kibaki as a vice president. No. Because the voice of the people is the voice of God and he must listen to it. Watu walikuwa namtupia mpaka mayai yenye maoza ama mafi. Lakini he still walked and handed over the instrument of power because the voice of the people is the voice of God. Kibaki wanted his ndizi kind of katiba, you know, the referendum. But Chungwa carried the day. Kibaki decided to give up because the voice of the people is the voice of God. He did not push the ndizi katiba through our throats. He listened to the voice of the people because the voice of the people is the voice of God. Kibaki accepted a coalition government not because he feared Raila. He was sworn at night and Raila could do nothing, but the voice of the people is the voice of God. Uhuru Kenyatta with his BBI, you know, he danced all over with BBI. What happened? The voice of the people is the voice of God. Uhuru did not want President William Ruto. He had his project, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, and under the face of all his enemies, including Sangok, was a Tangatanga brigade. He walked to Kasarani, broad daylight, handed over the instrument of power, and so is what do you call that, the policeman? The camp, that army officer. Aide de camp. Vacating from his back to the back of his own enemy, whom we have said ni Tangatanga, you know, but because he was intelligent enough to listen to the voice of the people, because the voice of the people is the voice of God. The current leaders, don't be like Nepal. You don't listen to the voice of the people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. It is the onus is on us who are in leadership to listen the voice of the people, because it is the voice of God. And if we have very good projects that we know it will work for them, we explain to them nicely. If they reject Another man poison is another man meat. This project may be good for me, but if the citizen of Kenya say they don't want, whether it is good or bad, it is them that we are doing this project for. So if they say they don't want, they don't want. Today I cannot tell you you must eat meat, because meat is very good. But there is somebody, when they eat meat, they go to hospital.
Yes.
There is somebody akikula mayai anafura hata hawezi toshea Land Rover. You see? But kwa mtu mwingine mayai ni mzuri. So let us listen to the voice of the people, because it is the voice of God.
Right.
So the GNC for me, I know, is an uprising like any other. All over the world there will always be uprising. That is why we have never stopped hearing uprising here and there. When I was campaigning as a SONU president, there was a uprising in West Africa. So I was nicknamed, instead of Ole Sangok, I was nicknamed For the Sango. Because there was also an uprising in that part of the world. So this uprising is not new. It is all over. It is only how we deal with it. If we deal with it the Nepal style, we are doomed. If we deal with it the Uhuru style, that handed over power in broad light to his sworn enemies, we are okay. There was a uprising even when Raila Odinga was being sworn in. That was even worse. You know, when another president is sworn in, when you are there. But Uhuru Kenyatta diplomatically solve it. We can also do better. We can do the same.
Kenya Kwanza at 3, Ruto at 3. Where do you rate them?
If it is my personal rating, the dollar was exchanging at 167. It is now at 128. I think that is a plus.
Huge.
Petrol prices were 217, and it had subsidies. It is now at 184 without subsidies. Yes. Kiingereza ilikuja na meli na mimi nilikuwa Masai huko, nipotelea
maji huko kwa
maji bwana. So it is also a plus. Of course, the price of unga, though we can also thank to the climate, because the climate in Kenya have been very favorable. We have been having bamba harvest year after year, so we can attribute to it. But still, it is during the regime of the Kenya Kwanza that the prices of food commodities have come down. You see also the affordable housing. Though I have not understood it very much, but nonetheless it is happening.
Okay.
I can also say, so it's a positive. The only negative that I can say, we have more than 15,000 kilometers of tarmac road in Kenya. I rarely nowadays encounter any recarpeting, and there are funds for recarpeting
the roads,
the fuel levy. And I've seen most of them getting cracks. And when you don't recarpet the road, because normally during the carpeting, you seal so that water does not seep in, because water is an enemy of the roads. I've seen a lot of cracks happening in our tarmac roads. And once we allow them to continue cracking, we will have to construct another 15,000 roads afresh. Usipojenga ufa,
utajenga ukuta.
Usipoziba ufa, utajenga ukuta. Swahili kabisa. And then lastly, I think also we are bringing some village mentality.
How so?
Into our ministries. You know, there is a village, some villages that when maybe a goat is knocked along the road, the following day they are with wheelbarrows putting roadblocks on the tarmac.
Yes.
Yes. Have you seen some things happening like that?
Yeah.
So probably we had a ministry that was headed by a villager from that village, and he decided that bumps. You can imagine Wayaki Way, all the way to Kikuyu, is a 6-lane highway, part of the central corridor of East Africa. and you are putting bumps on a
6-lane highway.
Lane highway. You know, if we don't deal with these idiots, they'll go and put bumps on the expressway. I'm telling you. Because a 6-lane highway, part of the East African corridor. And you know, unfortunate thing,
yes,
is that the engineer that constructed that road, the Nakuru-Nairobi road, decided that there will be a lot of underpaths. Yes? So, kuna njia ya kupitia chini. But wewe umeweka bumps, magari ipunguze, ndio waambie watu msipite chini, mkuje mpite juu. That highway have a brick wall dividing the lanes, the lanes going to Nakuru and the lanes coming to Nairobi. A brick wall. But now you are telling vehicles to slow down so that people can cross and jump over the brick wall. Are you usually normal, or you are just doing this to annoy us?
That is a village mentality now.
That is a very wrong. Imagine. Now there is a lot of traffic jam along that way, courtesy of the bumps.
Okay.
Yes. So you can imagine man hours wasted by people from Rwanda just because of a village mentality of another villager that was put into the head of that ministry. You know, you keep how many vehicles pass through that road. Each of them have to brake. During braking, you use your brake pads. You know, how much is it economically? How much time are you wasting? And
yes,
some bumps are on top of an underpath. It's like going to the super highway and putting roadblock on that. What do you call that flyover? What do you call what kupitia?
Inaitwa tu your overpass.
Overpass. So you can imagine unaweka bumps under the overpass.
Bridge.
What are you telling? The
bridge.
The footbridge.
The footbridge, yes.
Now you are putting a bumps under the footbridge. What are you telling?
You encouraging
people. Don't go to the footbridge. So that one ilikuwa maua tu.
So Mheshimiwa, are you blaming the CS for roads that is in that position?
Blaming is an understatement. What he have caused to the East Africa. In fact, you know, most trailers in East Africa, yes, now prefer this one is actually the northern corridor. So they prefer the central corridor in Tanzania to go to Rwanda.
Okay.
Because apart from police stopping you
which
from
is a much longer route.
Yes, like this one is becoming longer because of an idiot putting roadblocks everywhere. Roadblocks, not roadblocks, bumps over the underpaths.
Okay.
Under the footbridge.
Yes.
You can imagine. How do you even envisage putting a bump under the footbridge so that the vehicle can slow down? Ndio watu wapite kwenda wapi? And then hii barabara hiyo Wayaki way all the way to Kikuyu.
Yes.
Iko na ukuta katikati ya lane zote mbili. Sasa wewe unapunguza magari ndio watu wa cross waende waruke. Ile ukuta. Na wakati wanaruka ile ukuta kuna possibility ya kuanguka. Wakati wanaruka ile ukuta they are slow hata wakimbii. So hizi magari lazima wa reduce speed. So nowadays traffic wana prefer central corridor ya Tanzania kwenda Rwanda na hata kuja mpaka Uganda na kwenda mpaka DRC kuliko kuja kusumbuliwa hapa na hizo bumps yenye unnecessary one pamoja na roadblocks ya polisi. So baada ya kusimamishwa na bumps unasimamishwa
na polisi. All right. Thank you for that insight.
We are losing a lot of business. And blaming the minister who was there or who actually you know, sometimes I think that is the reality. Apart from that village mentality, it's also a quick way of making money ya corruption. Unajua kujenga barabara it will take 1 or 2 years. Na watu hawezi ongoja, wako na njaa sana. Unaona? Wanaona wacha yaekelee tu bumps. Hata wachori magari zinapata accident. Unasikia? Wanaweka kwa sababu wataweka leo, kesho asubuhi wanaenda kulipwa. Kesho wanasema pale pengine iweko wanaenda kulipwa. All our roads will be, in fact, If that idiot hakutoka kwa hii maneno ya hii ministry, angekuwa saizi kwa expressway akiaka bumps. Kwa sababu akiaka leo, kesho asubuhi amelipwa. Lakini akiambiwa janga barabara ya kwenda Namanga, it will take 2 years or 3. Hawezi ongoja.
Right. Mheshimiwa, on the united opposition matters, right now I'm sure you're aware we have a united opposition. That's what they're calling themselves. Yeah. But CT always tells me that they are not united. They are an opposition, yes, just not united. Do you think they have a good enough strategy? Because so far we are seeing a lot of their slogans one term. And they're also in agreement that what they want to do is consolidate and have different in the different constituencies and the different areas of elections. They want to have single candidates representing those particular areas for the opposition. Do you think that is a strategy that will work in favor, first of all, of that strategy and in favor of Kenyans?
Let's see in the by-election. And again, I told you in politics, you have to create an artificial
enemy,
and then you become the savior so that people will love you. So I think, to me, who are the members of this united opposition?
Several of them. Kalonzo comes top to mind. We have Martha Karua. We have former DP Rigathi Gachagua. We have DAP leader Wamalwa, and several others. I really can't remember all of them.
If you can't remember all of them, are you sure you'll remember them during the day of election?
They might be on the ballot.
If you can't remember them now, how sure am I that ukienda kurushia kura utawakumbuka?
Anyway, Paul, do you go to the ballot box
right
to look for the diversity of those who are presenting themselves, or do you go to the ballot box to vote for someone you have decided to vote for?
Of course, I will have made the choice by then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So his question is valid. So all these people, even if they present themselves, how will they be of concern to you if you already made up your mind?
So anyway, wacha wajikakamwe, wajaribu. We know every person who have been elected, including myself, have a 5-year contract. After that 5-year contract, you go to the people to renew, and the people may decide not to renew or decide to renew. What I assure Kenyans is that in the Kenya constitution of today,
yes,
you can manipulate elections. Hakuna mtu ataiba kura. When I was very confident and I came to you and I told you, ulikuwa unaniambia Raila wakiwa na Uhuru ndio kuna instrument of power sijui nini, huyu ndio opposition, wataiba kura. Nikakwambia Kenya siku hizi haiwezekani. Kwa sababu polling station iko na kura 2,000. Yes? Na hiyo kura 2,000 iko na 6 competitors. Yes? MCA, MP, Senate, Women Rep, Governor, President. Na every competitor wako na agents. And maybe in every position like MCA, iko watano. So 5 times 6, those are 30 competitors. 30 competitors, na kila mtu wako na 2 agents, those are 60 people. For these 60 people to collude, waibe hii kura 2,000 nya isaidi huko president. Hakuna. So I can assure you.
With your example, hakuna. But that is not really the problem, is it? It is not that particular polling station with 2,000 people. That is never really our problem. The process is clear as per the Constitution as to what must be done. The problem that we've had is what the Constitution states as where the votes, the tallying of the votes counts. That is the issue.
Now,
we created a national tallying center.
Now, the votes are counted.
Yes.
At the polling station.
Yes.
They are transmitted digitally.
Yes.
Unasikia? During the transmission of digitally, you also have a copy. So there will be a copy for every polling station.
Yes.
I can assure you, unless the judiciary is manipulated, kujaribu kwenda kuharibu zile kura, even one polling station, if a whole vote was nullified by Maraga, simply because, yes, you transmitted, but not in the right way. There was no rubber stamp. Yeah, from 3 you 34A ama whatever.
16A.
No, It's 34A and B. Problem ilikuwa 34 A and B. Hapo ndio kulikuwa kuna shida.
So I can tell you now in Kenya. Tafuteni kura jameni.
Hebu nikuulize.
Tafuteni kura.
The same debate that we keep having always arises. Why do returning officers still have to manually bring the results to the National Tallying Center? And yet, as we say, they've been transmitted. Why? And why do we wait for the physical?
Check and balances. Check and balance. Because you are the tallying officer. You have been given that mandate by the Constitution.
Right.
You have the physical form. Someone, somewhere, kill you and transmit his own resource.
Right.
Where do we counter check? Whom do I trust? Yes, the digital we trust to some extent, but as a returning officer, national returning officer, I have to counter check with my colleagues. After counter checking is when I continue, so that when I go to court, I can say with authority that this one, if there was any mistake, it was this guy, because he came physically to me and confirmed that the results I received digitally were the correct results.
We've skipped a position,
which is
at the polling station. You announce the results. The results are posted. Okay. According to our constitution, that's final.
Of course.
That's it. So now, the anomalies that we speak of is when that is not the final, and the National Tallying Center becomes the final. Was that not the bone of contention?
You know, you can announce the results because kila mtu wako hapo anakuambia hii ndio tulipata, hii ndio result iko, but along the way Muga anakutana na wewe na briefcase ya 1 million anakuambia change the results. Ukifika pale unaambiwa also you can announce the result under the pressure.
Yes.
So there must be checks and balance. I'm telling you, in Kenya wale wenye wanategemea kuiba kura, forget about it. Kama Uhuru na Raila walishindwa kuiba, I'm telling you, don't even try. And you know, during the handing over of power, yes, it is all about the army. So it is not even concerning.
But you know, Mheshimiwa, if we allege that that Uhuru and Raila could not influence the results, and that they were prevented, then you could argue the same. You see, wrongdoing in our electioneering process is a very tangled web. It's not just with our national elections. No. It starts with party politics, and it's graduated as we move along. If you look at the way people get nominated, the way people get party tickets, it's like an entrenched part of our electoral process. What you're saying is what I would wish to see, because that's what the Constitution was trying to cure. But there's this little bit of called human ingenuity and human weaknesses. So long as that exists, we can never eliminate the possibility of corruption within that system.
Of course, the corruption saa zingine, lakini the Constitution have put a lot of check on balances, especially in the Constitution, in the election. For me, I'm 100% satisfied with the election. That the results I will get, I'll be very happy.
Okay.
Because even us, even knowing the Constitution very well, during the Tanga movement, the Hazla movement, there was a time even us, we could doubt ourselves. We saw all the loopholes have been sealed by our Constitution. We were very, we actually trusted the whole process. But sometimes there is also the question mark that he keep on raising. We also started raising some question mark. But I can tell you, to an era of minus or plus one, 99%, you are sure you'll get the results that you really deserve.
Mheshimiwa, we have like literally 1 minute before we leave. Someone is asking, I've been trying to understand Mr. Sankok, however, I need clarification on whether there is an agreement to establish an oil refinery solely in Uganda, which could potentially prevent us from reviving our refinery in Mombasa. Is there a refinery in Uganda that is being constructed?
Of course, a refinery can be constructed in Uganda because what they are doing is that they want their crude oil.
Yes.
Directly the way they have imported, so that they can refine for themselves.
Yes.
We have been refining oil for them. Yes. If today you are packeting milk for me, and I decide no, that also Narok packet their milk, not actually getting from Kiambu. I think there is no problem there.
In fact, please understand, our refineries, it was an East Africa refineries, so not Kenya refineries.
Yes.
Then it became Kenya. See, the confederation that we had then, on the understanding, believe me, it was beneficial to everybody.
Mtu amesema utupatie, the same person actually amesema before he leaves, naomba atupe msemo mmoja wa Kimasai and then translate to us what it means. Do you have one that comes to mind?
Politics never have something called we are done. We can only repeat the understanding.
Right.
Yes, yani in politics you can never say tumemaliza. Yes, just the way we said, of course Uhuru and Raila are sworn enemies, but all of a sudden
they're buddies.
All right. Just the way Ruto told us he will put Raila on a wheelbarrow to Bondo. All of a sudden both of them are in a wheelbarrow towards Homa Bay. Kwa Gladys Wanga. So Mera siasa kindeba kinglaga nadi.
Sawa. I'll go listen to the YouTube video then, probably try and master it. But thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for coming. Unfortunately, that's the only time we had. But we invite you again. The same way you go to State House in Uganda.
Yes.
Please make this your home as well.
Kabisa.
Karibu tena sana.
You know, I love the way you people used to interview me on the other side.
Yes.
So I will always come back here
anytime.
Hapa nyumbani.
Aya, asante sana.
Radio generation, the sound